name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not in temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray, be seated. Parliament now commences. I know I say. Indeed. The chairs. A pleasant good morning to the members of this Honorable House, and good morning to those in the chamber. When we ended the session on Monday, the 5th of December, we had the presentation of the budget, the statement of revenue and expenditures as presented by the Prime Minister, Honorable Dickon Mitchell. Today commences the debate on the budget. The Prime Minister has presented the budget and has laid the foundation for today's debate. The debate would commence with the contribution. I refer to it as the opening bat by someone who is not stranger to the game of cricket. I therefore invite the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Dr. Kate Mitchell, to commence his contribution to the budget debate. Honorable Dr. Mitchell, you do have the same time as was used by the Prime Minister in his budget presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to hear Mr. Speaker, before I begin my presentation, I need to make just a couple points on the operation of our Parliament. And of course, as Father of the House, which you recognize, Mr. Speaker, it's important for me to point out how I believe we should be operating, and of course, if there are some areas of difficulties, then I need to point that out accordingly, with no hard feelings. Speaker, I'm glad that you talked about the opening bat, because the game was, they had 15 batsmen in this match, and of course, one spoke, one batted, and unfortunately, I got the impression in your statement, you say the game was over from what you said last Monday. But remember, you have the one long batsman. If you remember the Rowan Canais and Viv Richards, that was the key positions. And they really set the platform for the innings alive. So I would do that precisely, Mr. Speaker. But I also want to point out, Mr. Speaker, on a more serious note, that when we completed the presentation of the budget by the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, we were not presented with any document about the speech, whether it's hard copy, soft copy. It was only about late afternoon that after queries that we received a copy. Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence because the sun is hitting straight into it, making it extremely uncomfortable. So will I get some help to move? That's too bad.
If there is a mic that you want to use away from where you're standing, because I'm not sure what can be done.
That is the sun.
Yeah.
Maybe I should go.
So if it's okay, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, you can just use another mic. Move to the end.
Yes, yes.
If you're comfortable there, but you'll
move
miss the lectern.
You have to move the lectern. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Bring that. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your cooperation. Yes, I was pointing out that we had no document, and having been in this parliament for 38 years, Mr. Speaker, with several budget presentations, this is the first time that the document, the budget presentation, was not made available to members of the House, whether it's soft copy or hard copy. I heard a lot of talk about technology and so on. And we will talk a lot about technology today to see who is involved in technological advancement in this country. Mr. Speaker, it would have been nice to hear that we begin the debate this morning and the leader of the opposition leads. That's a normal announcement that is done, historically so, to start the debate, and the time allocated, and not only for the leader of the opposition, for every other member of the House. They should know precisely this. So I just wanted to make this point, Mr. Speaker, for what it's worth, so that we do not have a difficulty in the future, Mr. Speaker. I think I owe it to the Honorable House, as I said, without any malice whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance began his budget presentation, in my view, with a scurrilous attack on the past government, deviating, in my view, and the record will show, from the budget presentations of over the past several parliaments that I have been involved with. And one could just look at the opening statements and you see exactly what I was talking about. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance was basically saying that the past two NDC governments, 1990 to 1995, and 2008 to 2013, did nothing whatsoever. He dismissed all governments since 1983 in his own statement that no serious development took place since 1983. So it appears, Mr. Speaker, the Messiah is now here. And the Messiah will now do all that's supposed to be done for Grenada, Carriacou, and Peter Martinique, with all governments, including his own NDC government that he has adopted. So I make this point for what it's worth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this budget was anchored under the theme Vision 2035, people-centered transformation, laying the foundation for resilience, empowerment, and growth. The notion, Mr. Speaker, that the central idea suggests there has been no foundation that supports resilience, empowerment, and growth in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, and that this budget intends to create the same. In my view, Mr. Speaker, this statement is absolutely flawed. It might suit the ego of the Minister of Finance, but it's certainly flawed, that statement. And I will demonstrate throughout this presentation how flawed it has been. Mr. Speaker, the budget was filled with political attacks. The first time I've seen a budget of this nature. Politics, politics. May have been not a bad statement for a political platform, but not for the budget presentation. It was filled with deception, intellectual dishonesty, and some fundamental basic errors, which I, Mr. Speaker, will detail step by step. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the Minister of Finance, maybe some of his colleagues, I don't know if all, that Grenada did not start on the 24th of June, its development, 24th of June 2022. Therefore, it is important that this government need to recognize the foundation that were afforded it. Understand the struggles that generations before them have endured to build it. And embrace the opportunity. This would be the right approach. Embrace the opportunity to strengthen and improve it, because there would always be room for improvement. As the absence of this recognition and understanding would lead to their own unraveling and foundation. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore fitting, and in my view, absolutely necessary, that I commence my response to the 2023 budget presentation with a reminder to those who may have forgotten, intentionally or otherwise, and inform those in the nation who did not experience the period during which the new National Party administration laid the foundation that they want to ignore, that supported resilience, growth, and empowerment in this country. Mr. Speaker, it is an established fact that no business, no enterprise, including government, and probably more importantly government, can flourish without a proper infrastructure in place. So fundamental, Mr. Speaker. Nothing serious was done since 1983. It's amazing, Mr. Speaker. Let me remind, through you, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance and his team, I said, those who believe in those statements. During the period 1986 to 1989, the new National Party administration undertook an ambitious rural electrification program that increased the percentage of home with electricity from 45% to 98% in just 4 years, Mr. Speaker. Talking about foundation, that is transformation. In fact, it's done the Minister Finland some good to complement that, and he's taken it to another stage. Without this, Mr. Speaker, half of Grenada would have been in the dark ages. And we know what electricity means to all aspects of development, including education of our children and the health of our nation. The effect of this, Mr. Speaker, was staggering. Mr. Speaker, refrigerators and other electrical appliances were sold out. Economic activities, some may be too young to know, Mr. Speaker. That's why it's important for the father of the house to speak. I can't say the malicious. I just have to say they may not have known, because some of them were maybe little children when all these were happening and laying the foundation for what they are today. Private home construction increased. Micro businesses took root, Mr. Speaker. Students had a comfortable studying environment, which resulted in improved grades in their school activities. And all of this, Mr. Speaker, occurred when the utility was owned by the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the history is important. That those who do not know the history may repeat some fundamental errors. And therefore, if this government is serious, he would listen to the history that I will give in some cases. Mr. Speaker, in the colonial period, before the revolution took over, the electricity company was owned by a company called Colonial Development Corporation. The name is very, very important. Colonial Development Corporation. That was prior to 1979. With only a minute part of the population had electricity. Unless you had connections or you had a big house or something, some area, you don't get electricity. The PRG, rightly so, acquired that company. And literally, they paid literally almost nothing. I heard it was just $1. Because of the state of the company under CDC. Not Grenadians, CDC. In 1984, therefore, when the NNP took over, I happened to then be the Minister of Works and Public Utilities and Transport. When we recognized the seriousness of what was taking place in the country and the rightful decision of the PRG, we did a survey of what was happening in the country. That's how we found out. Scientific survey, Mr. Speaker, and realized that we're in a bad state. So we decided that we had to put electricity throughout the country. In fact, the Minister of Electricity did not have electricity at the time. So in my little village, it was in the main street, and those of us in the back. Okay. Then, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we decided to do some data collection. Because as a person of science, I don't just vote, Mr. Speaker. We do things analysis. And the government then, under Prime Minister Blaise, supported it. So we did an analysis, and we rated villages of importance in terms of the characteristics. Don't need to go into all the characteristics. Who should get number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's how we started it. You know which village came up number 1 in terms of the criteria? Munich in St. Andrews, Mr. Speaker. So Munich was the first village in the country. Know your history. Was the first village to receive electricity services under this massive, ambitious and revolutionary process of electrification in the country. Munich got electricity. You know, years afterwards, and those of you who remember, they had what, Village of Lights in Munich. Every anniversary there was celebration. I didn't used to miss it because roti for so, food for so. I won't talk about the other things over there. But so the country moved, Mr. Speaker, and we did, in fact, had some major decisions then. Mr. Speaker, in 1994, of course, elections was held in 1990, and the government, a combination government of TNP, and NDC formed government. Mr. Speaker, unwittingly, they decided that they must privatize Grenada. And that's not, it's the decision of privatization is not the issue. Because you can privatize, you can commercialize, and knowing the conditions on which it's done, if it's transparent and it's done in the interests of the people, then that's not a problem. So I'm not here knocking privatization. I hear the word coming up again, but I'm waiting. The company was sold in 1994 for 15 million EC dollars, Mrs. Speaker. That company that now had 98% of the country covered with electricity, Mr. Speaker. All the poles were bought by the Grenada. The history of Grenada says we owe the workers of that company. Some of them are passed on to the great beyond. Well-known man called Barrel and a team of men. They work night and day, Mr. Speaker, bringing electricity. The company was sold, Mr. Speaker. I went to Parliament the time the purchase agreement was being discussed and opposed it. And as a person of science and a person involved in statistical work, we analyzed it. One Dr. Raphael Fletcher was also involved, and a number of other persons. And we scrutinized the formula for charge of electricity, and we said it was unfair to the people of the country. Despite all the advice we gave, the government went ahead and sold it. $15 million, Mr. Speaker, for the company. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, they gave back the company $5 million to buy a generator. What? I mean, that's manje popot. They gave back this great NDC government then. They gave back $5 million to buy generator. The workers' benefits were not included in the set, so $3 million of that had to be put aside for the workers at Grenada pension fund or something like this. There were $2 million for other commitments, so the country must have got about $5-6 million for it. That it was had. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot more to be said about what happened during this time. The Minister of Finance comes in here and says, we had a hatred, or I can't remember the word. We had a problem with the people, the owners, the persons running the company. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance should not judge me in his own colors. I would be very critical of a decision. I am critical of any actions of previous governments, but I hold no any portfolio as far as that is concerned. We come to Parliament, we debate, we speak, we say things to get each other to change our minds, but there's no malice in me. Who has malice? Who has malice? Let the cap fit. But have no malice. He says that we had against the company. I was only interested in one thing, the fairness of the deal. The fairness of the deal for the country, not for me. In fact, politically those days might have been better just to stay quiet, because some of our own supporters were not happy. They felt they bought the line the government was giving. So politically, it was not in our interest. But my conscience did not allow me to sit there scientifically and otherwise to advance the theory that something is fundamentally wrong with this deal. But what was worse, Mr. Speaker, I asked the members on this side of the House, the other side, go check the Parliament. Go check that share purchase agreement that went to Parliament. Don't believe me? Don't take my word. Don't take my word. You go and read, assuming you can read. I can only assume that, and I believe that. I believe. You don't have to believe me. I hear, don't believe. I said, don't believe me, but you have a responsibility to go and check facts. And if you refuse to do that, then you're abdicating a fundamental responsibility for being in this house. So go and read it. You know what they did? It's the Speaker. Utility Commission. The powers of the Utility Commission to examine any request for rates and to manage what the company was doing. NAWASA, which was a government-owned company, the Central Water Commission, had a utility commission, the same utility commission. But they removed the powers of the utility commission to look at rates and to manage a company, because in the agreement there were several clauses that says if you touch one thing, then buy back. That is the state. And the Minister of Finance, a Grenadian, comes in this house, Mr. Speaker, and defends this. Defends it and say we were the problem because we hate some persons. Mr. Speaker, my mother told me that hate does one thing to you. It upsets your system. It causes a lot of health problems, the body. And she always says she reaches the age because she does not hate people. She might get upset, but she forgets it overnight. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot more I could say about this arrangement, but I'm aware that I have time constraints. There will be further debate, I assume, and maybe when the bill is being presented, maybe I will then speak to that aspect of it so the countries can hear more as to what has happened. Mr. Speaker, I'm still on the issue of the foundation that were not done, and it's only now a government is building a foundation. Mr. Speaker, the water connectivity that brought pipe-borne water in most of the homes and business in Grenada was similarly addressed during that time, Mr. Speaker. The leak detection program, the metering program, which replaced the rate charges with metered building, consumers paying for what they use, was first brought in when I was then the Minister of Public Utilities. Mr. Speaker, you know what rates were being charged? How they charge rate then, Mr. Speaker? If you have a house, that's when I returned home from Washington and became Minister, I was amazed. Rates for consumers were charged. If you have a house and you have 6 rooms, you pay for the amount of rooms you have. There was no, in other words, you could use 2 gallons of water, but you're paying for it. But if I have a whole dingy, I have one, a lot of us grew up in that. I have a pipe and I turn it on for the whole day, I hardly pay anything. 2 things were caused major problems at the time, Mr. Speaker. One, the WASA was not able to have the resources because we did not pay for what we used. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, we are encouraging our own people to be irresponsible. And so for when I got the cabinet to support the decision that we must move to metering, I remember a newspaper headline, well, NNP dead now. The minister put the foot in his mouth. Mr. Speaker, in other words, when you're in leadership, Mr. Speaker, you have to have fortitude. You don't play to the gallery just to get cheap votes. Sometimes you have to take licks. Sometimes you have to be defeated and go on the opposition bench to face another whistle, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes that is necessary. But your conscience would always set you free, Mr. Speaker. Within a year to a year and a half, the same newspaper came out praising the decision of the then government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, therefore we believe that water and electricity for people are necessary commodities that the Minister of Finance must understand to propel resilience, growth, and empowerment. And they are therefore key foundational elements that existed before this administration came in to government. As part of that foundation, Mr. Speaker, the NNP administration reduced the bureaucracies in the public service and expanded opportunities for people to organize micro and small businesses. Speaker, this is significant because I will talk more later on the public service and the public sector. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works, I remember those days. We used to hire men and women and pay them by the day, 8 to 4. I like you, 8 to 4. Then California go have fun, this guy, 8 to 4 on the road in the hot sun. They pay them, daily paid. We purchase the materials, Mr. Speaker. We pay them daily. You know what happens, Mr. Speaker? Days pass. A project estimated to last 2 months, sometimes it will take 6. Material left on the site disappear and had to be replaced. And equipment maintenance was a nightmare, both in repair cost and availability. The story I can give, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works sent 100 bags of cement to a particular project. I wouldn't call village because I don't want anybody to feel that I'm accusing them. 3 loads of sand were brought, all the other materials, gravel, and we had 11 men and women. So, as Minister of Works at Green, so I said, I want to go and see how much work after 3 weeks was done. So, Speaker, but when I went there, those days didn't have much vehicle in those roads. When I went in there, I see a little piece of work done after 3 weeks. So I said, where's the material? No material, cement gone. They say they come one day, the cement disappear. Gravel disappear, sand disappear. So Speaker, I said, now if we continue like this, and that was historic over the years. So if we continue like this, we'll never have development in this country. But to take that and to move into contract was a problem. So but we did, Mr. Speaker. We did, Mr. Speaker. We changed our process by offering the same persons, the same workers who were in charge, a job. The estimates were done. Contractor was given the terms and conditions. Mr. Speaker, They buy the material in every sense. They hire their workers and they pay them. Mr. Speaker, I am not going to stand there and say things were perfect afterwards. Nothing in government, not this government, not NNP, before, first NNP, second NNP, third NNP, second NDC, first NDC, no government could come in and stand in any parliament anywhere and say, I was perfect. So expect to have your share of disappointments by people that you manage. If you expect not and you will be Mr. Perfect, you will be terribly disappointed. Mr. Speaker, jobs that were estimated for 2 months, sometimes took 1.5 months, Mr. Speaker. And that's the message. So that, in effect, Mr. Speaker, is transformation. You're transforming the minds of your people. Basic transformation, Mr. Speaker. But let me tell you also, Mr. Speaker, we didn't stop there. The Central Water Commission was then statutorized because government ain't paying. People wasting water. Those who have connections, not paying. So they come to do any development project. All the international agencies that came forward and asked, they want to help. Say, well, I'm not going to help if you guys refuse to make people responsible. You have to do something about the mode of operandi of the commission. And therefore, establish a Central Water Authority as National Water and Sewage, NAWASA. Mr. Speaker, things change. I would not say it's perfect. The airport was under government. Who have connection paying, but this one of them. I was also the minister, brought to cabinet. Airport was statutorized, Mr. Speaker. They started to run their own business and became far more efficient. I will not say that they were perfect and still yet not perfect. I would never say this. So if there are difficulties, the government has a responsibility given that by the nation to correct it and move it forward. And you'll get my absolute support and compliment even in Parliament for the good things that you will do. The quarry, the gravel and concrete, man, truck disappearing with gravel. Friends, we started to rise that too and tell them you have to run their business. Again, I cannot say that what is achieved was what I would like, but it was far better than what existed before. A well-known operation, Mr. Speaker, called the Solid Waste Authority. Mr. Speaker, these were the people that clean the streets. Mr. Speaker, again, you're hiring people, paying them daily paid, monthly paid, weekly paid, whatever. Garbage all over the place. So, Speaker, I remember the first Christmas that I spent up at Mount Royal. When I got out, see, garbage, it can overflowing. You spend the whole day. When you ask, they say the men report sick. Well, of course, Christmas time, men getting sick for all kinds of reasons. So, Mr. Speaker, when we started to rise Central, the Solid Waste Authority, Mr. Speaker, and not only that, I remember also, Mr. Speaker, when Carnival came and you walked to St. George's the next morning, man, you're ashamed as a Grenadian. Man, thousands of bottles in the water and carnage, the streets littered with garbage all over the place. Mr. Speaker, when solid waste was started to rise, the next Christmas, 5 o'clock in the morning, the truck arrived and cleaned up the garbage. The carnival celebration was so, but the streets were clean. You would not believe there were carnival before. I remember the NDC government was in office at a given time. And I remember coming to town the morning after Carnival, the Wednesday morning, and I saw the streets so beautiful, clean. A gentleman by the name of Finsley St. Louis was the minister of health. I called him and complimented him, and I went on national radio and complimented the whole government. That is what leadership is about. When someone does something good, you give him credit. He is not going to do everything good, so there will be enough to criticize him for. But for some, everything we do, you're wrong. No transformation at all. Grenada started in June 24th, 2022. No transformation. The Messiah has arrived. Papa is here. He will solve all your problems. Messiah, you are going to be terribly disappointed because the time will come, and I'm ready to start to come, that you have to face the consequences of not providing proper leadership. Mr. Speaker, I expect you and the other side could clap, because there was a lot of clap when I was on the other side and went, clap. Mr. Speaker, the devotion program now transformed into beautification. Nice words, they love a word. Big words, tie up the people. Beautification program. It was transformed from daily paid system to small contracts, Mr. Speaker. That was done, Mr. Speaker. It was done. These contracts, Mr. Speaker, now done by people who do not hold 8 to 4 jobs. Large single-parent household seeking to support their families. They were able to complete their work in 10 days. The present government need to understand that. When you help the poor people of the country, you lose nothing. You lose nothing.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, may I just interrupt you here? I appeal to the audience to control your applause. In the House of Parliament, the applause usually comes from the table.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we had a talk. He said, you're on the right platform, you're getting full support. But Mr. Speaker, last Monday, you allowed applause and applause and applause. The place went crazy. Mr. Speaker, I know 2 wrongs do not make a right, but you have to be consistent.
Honorable.
Give me a chance.
Honorable.
No.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes.
Let me just make this point here. I am not sure what the practice has been, but when the Speaker stands, the member who is on the floor usually sits. All right? But I just want to repeat that the Speaker is responsible for managing what happens in the House. So I simply want the audience to control the applause that are coming. It's not really encouraged in the House. It should come from the table. Thank you. Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was making the point when you interrupted there a while ago. As with fixed price contracts, Mr. Speaker, the poor people, some of them are laborers on the farm. I know a lot of them in my own constituency. Some of them are fisher folks go on the beaches to get some fish to sell for a living. Poor people. You give them a contract. They go 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. The task is done. They are able to go home. Go to the next source of opportunity. You're empowering the poor people of the land. That's what we're doing. We have a problem with them sitting, doing their work that we assign to them, giving them that work. They perform it at my satisfaction, and that's my responsibility. And they go and do something else. We have a problem with that. I remember, Mr. Speaker, an individual group making statements about, and I heard some members of this government mention it, said they don't work enough for the money. I say this to all of them. And I was then Prime Minister. I made a statement. I said to the nation, I said, I want everybody who give them a job to perform it. And don't waste the time. But I have a problem with any one of us singling out the poor people. While we sit there and we allow a lot of people doing no work and earning thousands of dollars at the taxpayer's expense. My conscience will not allow me, Mr. Speaker, it will not allow me to criticize them. I will say, talk to them, get them to improve. But do not single them out. Talk about every bit of non-performers in the system, Mr. Speaker, because they have no major voice. So we do what we want with them. But, Mr. Speaker, we will not. Mr. Speaker, fast forward now to the dot-com era of 1995 into 2000s, in the 2000s. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance, in his statement, attempted to marginalize the work of the ICT in the country. And talk about I was all over the world making statements about ICT, and there was no ICT. It was relegated to fixing computers. To me, Mr. Speaker, that's an insult to the workers in the ICT department. And the Prime Minister's Minister of Finance should apologize to those workers, not to me, because I can defend myself in this house and everywhere else. Mr. Speaker, and I would outline why the statement was so incorrect, false, and dishonest in many respects. Mr. Speaker, let me tell the Minister of Finance, through you, Mr. Speaker, how the ICT Department and Technology Department came into Grenada as a unit in the heads of government. Mr. Speaker, prior to 1995, when I was elected the first time, that's why I say we must know our history. Prior to 1995, the CARICOM heads of government met, and there was never a fundamental statement on science and technology, Mr. Speaker. In my first speech in Guyana in July 1995, I challenged my colleagues and I said, how could we, in this modern age, as heads of government, not seriously discussing the issue of science and technology and the role it can play in development of our countries? In fact, I made the point, if you want to improve agriculture, science is important. If you want to improve education, Science is important, and all other areas tout moon, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues applauded me. And for those on the other side, Mr. Speaker, through you, go back to any newspaper throughout the entire Caribbean, and you can see the comments and accolades heaped on Grenada, not Keith Mitchell, for that statement and calling on the heads to do something. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Speaker, I was asked to take lead head of science and technology in the CARICOM region, Mr. Speaker. I was not then ICT. But later on, they gave me and said, since you have science and technology, take the other one. Mr. Speaker, through that portfolio, Grenada led the liberalization of telecommunication in the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker, which include, in the OECS first, Mr. Speaker, which include Grenada. Grenada led. I remember, Mr. Speaker, going to London in 1987. Know your history. Check the facts. And I met with the leadership of Cable and Wireless and told them you are doing a disservice to the small countries. You do not want us to grow. We started lunch. The lunch did not finish. Because who's this little guy who come talking to us? That was the mindset. Mr. Speaker, so when we started liberalization, even the trade union movement in Grenada criticized my action and said they will lose, Cable and Wireless lose a lots of jobs. I had to make the point to my brothers and sisters in the trade union movement. Because we have a respectful relationship. But we are not afraid to tell each other when we are wrong. When we perceive we are wrong. Mr. Speaker, they said jobs will be created. What happened afterwards? Liberalization. Mr. Speaker, jobs, both Cable and Wireless and Digicel. It was then I understood, by discussion having to be between both of them, I realized the whole colonial history between Ireland and Britain. I saw myself in the middle of some real hostility at the time. But Mr. Speaker, liberalization, Cable and Wireless in the discussion appointed Errol Miller from Jamaica to lead the discussion for the liberalization. Errol Miller was then the husband of Portia Simpson Miller, who was then the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, being a Caribbean man, he represented Cable and Wireless, but he stood firm that the telecommunication must be liberalized. Because it is a well-known fact in every country. There is a tremendous correlation between telecommunication development and the gross domestic product in any country. Mr. Speaker, because Errol Miller was appearing to be concerned about the region, he was summarily moved, Mr. Speaker, as leader of Cable and Wireless discussion. But liberalization continued. We got it. Jamaica and a number of Caribbean countries came to the table with those institutions after we led the liberalization. To you, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance must know his history. So when he opens his mouth, he must know what he is saying. And especially when I'm still alive and I'm still, especially in this parliament. Because I know the history. None on the other side know it as I do. And that's not a boast, just a fact. Mr. Speaker, because of the strides we took, Mr. Speaker, because of that stride, I was named. And not me, Keith Mitchell, just the country and what it was doing. As a member of the head of the World Statistical Body. An honor which I still hold. I still call about meetings and issues But and these are statisticians from all over the world, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's our history. Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure of telecommunication was helped with electricity poles already in place and funded by Grenada's workers at Grenada. Mr. Speaker, is their hard work and sweat, not some foreign body. Mr. Speaker, the development of electricity and telecommunication sectors was therefore a serious prerequisite for the digital transformation initiatives that follow through projects. CARSIP, Mr. Speaker. E-services, Mr. Speaker, I understand we have nothing, we do nothing at all. The Digital Governance and Resilience Project, DG4R, funded by the World Bank, Mr. Speaker. Know your history. This project was initiated by Grenada with the World Bank, a team of persons in the World Bank who led that department. It turned out to be, Mr. Speaker, project. We led it, that DG4 project. Mr. Speaker, did not go as fast as some of us would want, because some countries will move faster than we are, but the fact is, Grenada led it, and a number of key initiatives took place. It is unfortunate, therefore, that the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister chose to mention a mysterious, nameless staff who indicated that ITC department was merely for fixing computers, when the same projects that are existing in the budget, under ITC, are the same projects that were in the budget in 2022. Read your document. But we did nothing. But that's the same project is in the budget today, moving forward. And I'm happy it's been done. Not a single project, Mr. Speaker, was added. So I encourage the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, to consult page 294 of the estimates and fast-check what he claims he was told. Mr. Speaker, prior to this government assuming office, the people of Grenada, many persons, paid taxes, licenses, COVID tests, and the like online through e-services initiated by the new National Party's administration. The CARSIP project, which was led by Grenada, through my efforts, Mr. Speaker, as lead on information, was designed to support a high-capacity connection, particularly in critical government buildings, and to deliver improved internet service to schools and community centers in Grenada, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Mr. Speaker, Grenada led a discussion and negotiated, Mr. Speaker, know your history. We negotiated at Grenada led that a reduction in roaming rates for citizens of the entire Caribbean, Mr. Speaker. We led it, Mr. Speaker, but we did nothing. ITC didn't exist. Know your history. Grenada signed the declaration on behalf of CARICOM in St. George's. I wonder where the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister was at the time. Mr. Speaker, that declaration facilitated the provision of seamless mobile cellular services, including voice, SMS, text, and data. CARICOM residents are now allowed to roam in the Caribbean states at a significantly reduced cost with up to 70% savings. Grenada led this, Mr. Speaker. But we did nothing. Mr. Speaker, the resuscitation of existing projects, while claiming nothing was done, in my view, is intellectually dishonest at best. But I am not surprised and get used to the Minister of Finance making statements that will make people look bad, that turns out to be inaccurate. I will point out some later. The Digital Governance Project is a project initiated to build a smart, resilient government that adopts a whole-of-government approach to the implementation of critical public policies and services by fortifying the core institutional functions, processes, and information systems that constitute the backbone for the development of e-government services to all our citizens. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister spoke about this project on page 34 to 35. And for a second, Mr. Speaker, I thought that he copied what we said in my budget presentation in 2019. And I didn't say he copied, I said I thought. The funds for this project were already obtained through the World Bank, through the NNP administration. A provider for the new tax system for the inland revenue was already identified. In fact, they're down here now. And a firm that would oversee the implementation of the various components of the project was procured. Mr. Speaker, not a single credit by our Prime Minister and Minister of Finance was given. It would have been so good for him, not for me, not for us, to admit this and say we're taking it to the next stage. But if he says this, it's not in his DNA appear so. It's like giving credit, and he can't give credit to anybody but himself, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the NNP administration did not only lay the foundation for economic development, but also for the transformation of the digital economy in the true sense of the word, and not as being bandied about by the NDC administration, the now NDC administration. Renaming existing programs with the use of the word transformation and claiming that all of a sudden they have transformed the whole of Grenada in the grave is a grave fallacy. My tenure of service in Grenada, and by extension the regional ITC space, was well recorded. No one can do anything to that. The record is there. Trying to erase it would only make those who do it try to do it small. I have reached the mountaintop. I have no more way to go. Mr. Speaker, I've reached it, Mr. Speaker. I have nowhere to go. But I'm there to help. And to help my young brothers and sisters, if they so wish, on any side of the house. The father of the house have a responsibility, not just to be partisan, but to help. And this I'm prepared to do, but there must be, is it one hand can clap? Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the funds for the project was obtained through our government, as I pointed out, provided for the new tax system for inland revenue, and so on, and oversee the implementation of all various components of that project. The provision of tablets and e-books and devices in the schools was also through the efforts of the work of the new National Party in government. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the NNP administration did not only lay the foundation for economic development, but also for the transformation of the digital economy in the true sense of the word, not as being bandied about. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, it's important that the regional work, my colleagues in the region gives me praise and Grenada praise for the work that it has done. I have been asked, and still been asked, only recently, to address universities in the States and the role of technology in development. In fact, in 2020, I was asked by MIT Engineering Department to present a paper, which a half-day discussion to the students at MIT, Mr. Speaker. That's not a boast. I'm saying this because it seemed to be an attempt to erase the work that was done, and we won't let them do it. Mr. Speaker, I'm yet to see an ITC project, or any project for that matter, that was the original idea of this government. Mr. Speaker, the usual roads, buildings, infrastructure was a major part of the foundation. The transportation, the health, the education, agriculture, construction, other sectors continue to benefit from these infrastructural investments. Mr. Speaker, the philosophy of the new National Party is and will always be is to govern for the benefit of all strata of the society. The well-off, those just able to meet the living commitments, those under the breadline, and those that need a hand up, the elderly and the youth in the mix. Our governmental policies stand, Mr. Speaker, on the concept of the greater good for a greater number of people through engagement and social partnership. Mr. Speaker, over the years, we struggled through economic challenges. As Grenada operates in the global environment, where the rules are the same for the large or small economies. Any relaxation of the rules for small economies is a result of these countries demonstrating to the international community, controlled by the developed countries, that they have done or doing what is necessary to make the economies healthy. In other words, we are, as they say, when some of them cough, we catch pneumonia. Mr. Speaker, after a period of bloating the public service under both, and this is the point I want to make, under both the former government, GLP, and the PRG, well known the PRG was a state-controlled system, so everybody become public servants, everybody on the government payroll, even private sector businesses acquired for government control. In some cases, that to be returned. Because of this, we reached almost 9,000 public servants in 1986 when government was, first LNP government came in under Prime Minister Blaise. The international community, the World Bank, IMF, and the team, all friendly governments, US, Canada, and so on, listen, we will help you, but you have to change the way you're operating. We cannot go to our taxpayers and ask them to give you money if you continue with the size of the public service that cannot be justified in the context of the society and the economy that you have and the resources available. So you know what? There's something called retrenchment was undertaken. So Speaker, if people think they get licks politically, that's the most licks I ever got in my life politically. Everywhere you turn, lash. You're throwing my husband out, you're throwing my friend out, you're throwing licks. Left, right, and center. But we stuck it. Stood there. So Speaker, because the retrenchment program went on, I didn't say that it was done perfectly because I had my own difficulty with it, but I was a part of a team. Fortunately, the United States and other friendly governments helped with the golden handshake as people were retrenched. They got payments. An atmosphere for people, Mr. Speaker, was created that people can transform into small businesses, Mr. Speaker. The Central Water Commission itself found itself in the same boat, and millions had to be borrowed to pay off retrenched workers, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm making this point to say, I see a trend in this government to start to bloat the public service again. If they believe that the international community would listen to their own words and not what is in the book, and not what is in fact the case, they have another lesson to come. Mr. Speaker, in the early 1990s, the National Democratic Congress government then sought to impose some form of structural adjustment to address the challenges that they face in Grenada, which was further aggravated by the collapse in world prices in 1991. People from the lower economic strata, like the estate workers, lost their jobs. Social programs were cut, and the marginalized, those between the haves and the have-nots, paid a painful price. The history of the National Democratic Congress. When there are sacrifices to be made, it is balance against the ordinary folks, Mr. Speaker. While those who can afford are given more, the poor must suffer. And we say we love them. We love them. Mr. Speaker, I will debunk this later on. Mr. Speaker, this situation manifested itself again with the world financial crisis in 2008 under the NDC administration. And in 2011, Mr. Speaker, they could not pay salaries. They could not pay salaries or buy essentials to keep the government running. No one would give the government a loan. The overdraft was exceeded. The administration resorted to selling assets to pay salaries and other current expenditures. I see in the document one way financing government with current expenditure is sale of assets. I'm waiting. Renlek? Oh boy. Mr. Speaker, even then, they sold the property that they did not even own. And I just bought some property that was not even government owned. So we found that out when we came in 2013. The youth programs, social programs, opportunities for more affordable housing, and programs geared for improving the lives and livelihoods of the people were removed. Mr. Speaker, that was the last period of NDCP government. Mr. Speaker, it was said by the present Minister of Finance and Prime Minister that he made a lot of money in the Treasury. A lot of money in the Treasury, yes. But yet we mismanage, we do this, we do all the wrong thing, but you make a lot of money. Contradiction. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, the NNP administration undertook a self-imposed structural adjustment program in conjunction with the IMF. We ensured that no one was retrenched. The public service numbers were reduced, Mr. Speaker, from 8,000 to 6,300 through natural attrition. Mr. Speaker, and that number was the case when we left government in June 23rd, 2022. An agreement was reached with the international community and rules were mutually established and followed. A fiscal responsibility oversight committee was established under the purview of Parliament through an act of Parliament. This was a major step in facilitating fiscal resilience. Mr. Speaker, the present advisor to the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance was chairman of the Fiscal Responsibility Oversight Committee for several years. And he should know the rules. Therefore, when statements such as "I don't care about the IMF," when that is made, and he has to consider, it must be considered irresponsible. I would only assume, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister may not have been listening to his advisor. Because if you check the record of that report, you will see several comments in the name of this advisor pointing out any problems that were existing and trying to urge us to correct course. So I wait to see. Mr. Speaker, during this time, Grenada entered into a debt restructuring and is the first country in the region to include a hurricane clause. Several governments, including Barbados, is now following suit. Mr. Speaker, I note the announcement of the payment of debt to Libya and the notion that this has affected Grenada's ability to access funding. Nonsense. This is absolutely false. Mr. Speaker, there are 3 factions of government in Libya today. And we are being advised, Mr. Speaker, that you don't know who to pay. In fact, who you pay one, next thing is 5 years from now, the true thing of it, I don't know anything about this group, yet you pay. But we were left with a lot of money. So we're paying, we're just spending. Mr. Speaker. So this thing about monies that we owed to Libya caused us not to get. Mr. Speaker, that's the greatest laugh you can get. Mr. Speaker, because what happened? This so-called lots of money in the treasury was because we were being given support, because we performed well and did what we had to do. Because we didn't pay Libya, Algeria, Trinidad and Tobago. The governments of Trinidad and Tobago, Libya, and Algeria were very understanding. The IMF was satisfied with the rationale and understood. We worked with them, Mr. Speaker. We worked with them, Mr. Speaker. That's why, Mr. Speaker, this statement that the announcement made that the debt to Libya prevented us. So what? They were giving us money under false pretenses? Is that what the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, wants us to believe? I will hear about this government. Because I, Mr. Speaker, and not a boast, I worked for the IMF for 3 years while I was a professor in Washington. So I know the thing, Mr. Speaker. It is well known, Mr. Speaker, therefore. We got $30 million, Mr. Speaker, for the digital government program in the same period that the IMF, and you can't get those monies unless the IMF and others say no difficulty. $16 million for loan for food security that the government is now continuing, Mr. Speaker, grant. 16 million more funds for COVID-19 stimulus program, and 10 million was received from Saudi Arabia grant when this government just got into office, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the monies that we are receiving, they were not loaned from a commercial banks. They were loans from either the International Development Agency. And these loans, Mr. Speaker, 40 years loan, 10 years grace. 0.1% interest. Mr. Speaker, these are what you call almost free money. I used to teach some of my colleagues, I wouldn't be there when you have to start to pay. But like 10 years grace. Just a joke, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that loan from Saudi Arabia, the Prime Minister reluctantly admitted that I had something to do with just me. Personally, I will take credit. Because, Mr. Speaker, no, this is not a joke. This is a simple fact. And I say this, Mr. Speaker. About 4 months before the elections, the government of Saudi Arabia called me and said, look, we wanted to host Expo 2030, and we need entire CARICOM support. And we are told that you are the longest serving member. We ask you to help us to get all the members on board. I started to work. Mr. Speaker, we got almost everyone, and there was one holdout. So I called my friend, Prime Minister Motley. I say, you have to talk to that colleague for me. He's not saying no, but he's not yet given. So when we were able to get, look, I called Saudi Arabia. I said, listen, so all this hard work, what in it for Grenada? Well, we'll give you 5 million. I said, no, not all that hard work, and not so cheap. 10 million. 10 million. The National Democratic Congress got 10 million US dollars grant. And they didn't even call me and say, thanks, keep. I'm still waiting, especially my friend on the other side, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, he named Mitchell. Mitchell to Mitchell. So I'm waiting. Right, Mr. Speaker? So, Grenada was the first country in the region to introduce the Ministry of Climate Resilience, Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of Minister Steele. His work, Mr. Speaker, in that space during that period was internationally recognized. To the point where today he holds the position of Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I am embarrassed to hear my Prime Minister standing in Parliament and trying to denigrate the appointment of Simon Steele. This subtle attack, check your document. This subtle attack on the appointment of Simon Steele by the Minister of Finance was unfortunate. If I was then another government in office, I would give tremendous credit and praise Simon Steele for the work that he did until a subtle attack. Mr. Speaker, that is the kind of mindset. It's petty, thin-skinned, and it's full of ego. You just come. Take your time. The thing will wear out. I had it for 23 years. 23 years. There come a time sometimes we shouldn't have it. When leaks start to fly. Just take a little message from someone who's been there for a long time. It will wear out. All right? Mr. Speaker, in the process of Simon's leadership, this is what happened, Mr. Speaker. The Climate Resilient Water Sector Project, GCRU project, $125 million in grant financing was given to the country, Mr. Negotiated to the people of Grenada by the Green Climate Fund. It found its way, Mr. Speaker, in the transformational physical infrastructure. It found its way in the transformational physical infrastructure. This was a project that commenced in 2019 and was stated in the budget by the new National Party government in that year. The breakwater project, such as breakwater project, which is again a part of the work of the NNP government as listed under, it was again listed as if NBC did it. Transformative physical infrastructure project in this budget, taking credit for what not is yours. Intellectual dishonesty, they call it. Work on this project started in the town of St. Patrick's in 2018, and the first phase was completed. The study for phase 2 of this project was also concluded prior to this administration coming to office, as admitted by the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, in addition, under the Global Environmental Facility, Mr. Speaker, know your history, through you to the rest. Mr. Speaker, in addition, under the Global Environmental Facility, Grenada is one of the 10 Caribbean countries participating in a $20.7 million project implemented jointly by the United Nations Environmental Program and United Nations Development Program. The Integrating Water, Land and Ecosystem Management in the Caribbean Island Developing States project provides an integrated approach to watershed and coastal area management, addressing the many challenges related to sustainable water and land management. I did not hear one single mention in the budget on that project. Maybe it's too good to talk about, and then people look good. Sad. The St. John's River Flood Mitigation Project, Mr. Speaker. Another project that supports Grenada's efforts in resilience that has suddenly become transformative physical infrastructure project for this government. They're taking credit under a big name, big word. Mr. Speaker, and my favorite, the Molyneux landslip rehabilitation is now another project and adopted as transformative physical infrastructure project. Mr. Speaker, I heard it said by some uninformed persons on the government side who parading, that is their project. Sure, parading, in the heart of my constituency. Parading. I say, poor thing. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. So, Mr. Speaker, they must remember that the Prime Minister of Great Britain, Prime Minister Cameron, lauding the efforts of good governments in Grenada and Jamaica, wanted to pay a visit to 2 countries in the region. He chose Grenada and Jamaica, Mr. Speaker. And he came here and spent a day and a half, Mr. Speaker. Another meeting with the cabinet then. And he then said to me he wanted a one-on-one with me. To be open with him about how I see Britain. And I gave him just what I thought. I told him Britain abandoned us after the colonial period. And I said to him, look at the parliament of this country was destroyed. 3 governments, leaders of Britain promised to do something. not a cent. He said, the parliament which you gave us a system. Lying there. Promises again. Nothing was done. I told him it took the UAE and the government of Mexico to give us this parliament, Mr. Speaker. I say all thanks to these useful brothers and sisters, UAE and Mexico. Mr. Speaker, after giving him a mouthful, said to me, Prime Minister, this is why I'm here. I'm here because I'm aware of how the Caribbean feels, and therefore I wanted to be here to speak to you and Prime Minister Portia Simpson. And you will see a change. Mr. Speaker, before he left, he announced $30 million grant support. Take it. Mr. Speaker, for those who do not know the history, that is the history, Mr. Speaker. 30 million, this so-called lot of money I met, that is part of it. That is one reason. But after, Mr. Speaker, we decided was the Western Main Road project would be the key one, because we know the danger. A lot of studies were done, and notice how much danger slides could happen to people coming on the western side. So we decided Western Main Road, and Grenada, where the 2 areas studied, we got him to decide, well, let's spend this money on Western Main Road. And what, Mr. Speaker? Holiday problem occurred. So we had to, when monies are given, CD, the money was in the Caribbean Development Bank, put there. And you know when monies are given by international organization of international governments, you have to go rigid, international and regional. All the projects must be done transparently. And therefore, this was done. The consultant was chosen because no one knew exactly why the slip occurred. So, the consultants from Italy was chosen, Mr. Speaker, early in 2019, and packing up to come to start their work. Bam, COVID-19, Italy locked down. Consultants could not come, and therefore, we had to go through the entire process of consultancy over. And therefore, best done from Trinidad and Tobago in the year one. That's how the project was delayed. That project, if COVID-19 did not happen, we would not have the problem, the headache, almost the stress you go through Montmorris and Jones Road to get back and through from St. George's. Mr. Speaker, all the discussions were held with the landowners. They are my friends, some of them are my family. Everything was done. Project signed, started. The project was started, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Behavior, little children. Yes. Behave. Yes. You're not in Grenada, you're not in the. Behave yourself now. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. These are all of my sons, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm amazed. And they went trying to open the project, Project was open early. Contractors start working, hired men, several young men from the areas. They wanted to be theirs. They transform it and talking absolute nonsense without understanding what they're saying. About how there's a slip in Brazil and they won't let the slip. What do you know about this? Are you a technician? Are you an engineer? What do you know? I'm a mathematician. I'm not an engineer. I would not go there. But you are there, mouth open, word jumping out. Stop that. This is a new game. You are now leadership. Act as a leader. Act as a leader. And you may succeed. You never know. Act as a leader. My friends. So, Mr. Speaker, I was talking about that Molyneux project. So, that project is now, they take almost 4 months. Almost 4 months. In preliminary discussions, it was said that if we work fast, we could do a temporary passage so that light vehicles can pass through that portion while we continue to work. Mr. Speaker, I'm telling you this. For me, and I hear it from busmen and from vehicle owners throughout, this is most stressful to pass that road. The people at Montmorris, they are hurting because it was never meant to be a major road. Bus, trucks, and their portions are difficult to pass. I have difficulty driving there. I dread going through that area. And had the government moved and have more conscience, that will not be the case today. It will not be. People first, not the games first. Games, Mr. Speaker. You can't do anything to keep Montreal. He's gone to the mountaintop. It's there. There's nothing you can do. You need to learn, Mr. Speaker. So I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I'm praying for the day when that work will be done, enough work, that we can now not have to go through this place. Mr. Speaker, I thought it necessary to highlight a few of our resilience projects because the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister made a special effort to trivialize what was done. It would be good to understand what initiatives and support resilience that his government intends to initiate in 2023. I didn't hear. Quoted an NP project as is, call it a big name, transformation infrastructure project. All these projects have now been adopted under the umbrella of transformation by the same Prime Minister that claimed nothing has been done in Grenada since 1983. Amazing. The Messiah has arrived. Messiah. I always tell my colleagues, and they could bear me out. And for the members on the other side, I say to you this. As I said, I'm at the mountaintop, so I can talk. I say to you, as I said to my colleagues, the worst characteristic you can have in politics is arrogance, lacking humility. It is the most dangerous factor in your success. You could build all the roads. You could all do all great success stories, and you treat people with scant courtesy. Dumb you go in. I've seen it. That's a fact. Any one of us. But you see, I was there for 38 years, so that's why I can talk, Mr. Speaker. And I'm offering advice, and the most thing they can do is listen. But some little children, they don't listen. Before Mama talk, they all answering. And they don't. Mr. Speaker, please, your father, talk to them for me, please. Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this is what we have to do, Mr. Speaker. So, with the new National Party's philosophy that guides the policy of the government, that we seek to create a healthy, educated, and productive nation. we place special emphasis on the marginalized, guided by the message in Matthew chapter 25, verse 40 of the New King James Version of the Bible, and I quote, "Ye have done it, ye who he have done it, to the least of my brethren, you have done it unto me," unquote. We strongly believe that we have a moral obligation to protect and support the vulnerable and marginalized among us. I said to an audience once, as Minister of Works, way back in the 1988, in a meeting, a gentleman not sometime last year said to me, I never forget that. I said to them, the meeting, talking to me about fixing roads, and I said to them, I'm here because that's my duty, and I have to do it because you're taxpayers. But I tell you, I go into another part of the country when I leave you, with another group of people. When I live there, I do yours and I do them. But when I sleep, I have more satisfaction when I feel I went to a section of the country who were marginalized, who had no service, and they got it. That makes me want to continue in government. So while I do yours, I don't have the same feeling. I have an obligation, and I have to do it. And that's why I make the point a while ago. Mr. Speaker, as such, during the Structural Adjustment Program of 2014, social issues were addressed. The safety net programs for the vulnerable were strengthened. Employment opportunities were created through initiatives like the Small Business Fund, special projects, allowing construction work at community level, housing brigades, the Youth Bees program that provided an entrepreneurial hub for young people wanting to start a business, the debushing and farm labor projects, the Money and Empower programs, Project Fly, fostering level-headed youths opportunities, which is a one-year community-based training program targeting 25 at-risk youths in every community, and the Youth in Agriculture projects, just to name a few. While the Minister of Finance and his team had 10 years to come up with alternatives, because that was the time the NNP spent in government, he's still reimagining some of the same programs. Mr. Speaker, the issue of pension is also a social issue, so permit me to comment on it at this time. I remember sitting at the Finance Committee when pension were clapping, pension. Mr. Speaker, I wish to be honest here, very much so, in this document. Yeah. One would admit that the NNP administration, if anyone serious, they would admit, the only party in government that confronted the issue of pension as a moral one is the New National Party. The only party, Mr. Speaker, and I am going to relate the facts. Who wants to listen, will listen. Mr. Speaker, there were 2 court judgments. I know it hurts, but if it hurts, let it be. It hurts. The first one was the case in the 2 court judgments that affected pensions to public workers. The first one was the case of Mistress Humlin Armstrong, which was concluded in 2010, and the recent judgment of 2022. These were the 2 court judgments. Prior to those 2 judgments, Mr. Speaker, the Pension Disqualification Act was the law that governed Grenada, and the New National Party made efforts before the both decisions to address the issue of pensions to public officers. In 2003, Mr. Speaker, we introduced, check the records, it's there, we introduced a Special Pensions Act, number 6, which sought to provide pensions for workers who were employed prior to April 4th, 1983. This was a fact. Check your records. This act provided pensions to temporary teachers, never qualified before, daily paid workers, community health aides, student nurses, and people who served under the People's Revolutionary Government. That act. And they served as police officers and pension and prison officers. The system disqualified them. Mr. Speaker, special pensions were paid from the time of enactment of the law to date. Special pensions. So the word pension didn't start after June 23rd, 2022. Mr. Speaker, the Homely Armstrong judgment came in 2010, and the NDC administration, listen, the NDC administration, the NDC is now in office. In government in 2010, they made no attempt to settle Mrs. Armstrong's payment. None. Zero. That is what this present government adopted your name. The post in 2017, post the structural adjustment program, the NNP government approached the issue of pension restoration and reform, and the basis of the ruling for Mrs. Armstrong in two parts, namely restoring pensions to all qualified public officers based on the Armstrong ruling, and pension reform through engagements. Mrs. Armstrong and 56 other workers were affected by her judgment, and pensions were paid accordingly. So pension, 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 as if the word just came. During the pension reform engagement with the unions, consistent with the memorandum of understanding signed in 2018, that's the agreement we had with them, talks broke down, and teachers and other public officers took to the streets and went to court, giving rise to the judgment of March 2022. Given that the matter was before the courts, retired workers were merely receiving the NIS, and the government took the decision to pay the retired workers 70% of their last salary, consistent with the MOU signed with the union, as an advance payment towards any result of the court. In other words, we said we will not wait on the court. We still will give them 70%, and if the court says more, the addition will be given, and they were all happy to receive it. Mr. Speaker, the New National Party's position on the issue has been and will always remain consistent. While we did not appeal and agreed to pay the pensions in principle, we felt it was necessary to establish a committee with the relevant expertise to review the matter, to engage in a discussion with the unions and a holistic way forward. That is practical and what we thought was reasonable. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making, we will not say one thing in government and another thing in opposition to deceive people to get votes. The fact that this government is now speaking about pension reform is very interesting. It's interesting. Given that this government is now saying something different than the campaign promises. When the Prime Minister clearly indicated that if his party forms the government, he would pay the pension to current and future employees in the service, even if his government had to borrow to do so, without any mention of reform. Understanding that pensions are not merely retroactive payments, not a one-off. Mr. Speaker, in a national address I gave on April 26, 2022, I advised the nation that preliminary numbers show a worst case, Mr. Speaker. I don't play with numbers. Those who want to play with numbers, they can play with numbers. And I'm a student of that. I advise the nation that preliminary numbers show, and that was in discussion with the IMF and other consultants, and they promised more work to be done in clarifying that it will come up to over 465, and it could even be more than that. We said noises were made in all forms in the media when the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister said that the cost was only 60 million. Leaving the country the impression that I told a lie. It is a lie that I lie. Mr. Speaker, I take my profession seriously. I don't lie on numbers. Some lawyers like to lie on numbers, but mathematicians do not lie on numbers because they are facts. That's one profession you can't play games where you get called out. Numbers are numbers. Those who pass a little thing in math, I don't know if some of you pass. They tell me some pass, some fail, I don't know. So, if you understand this, Mr. Speaker, I will not tell the one number. So I look at page 303 of the estimate of revenue and expenditure, and I note a projected pension to be spent at $151.5 million. No longer 60. 151.5 going forward. Moreover, in an interview on his 100 days in office, the Prime Minister advised that there are over 1,800 persons who are now qualified. That's the point I was making. And can immediately leave the public service, costing the state over $290 million. The Prime Minister like 290, you know. Even when you see 150, you see 290. So, the Minister, they will call you 150, they will call you 290, you know. They will call you. Oh boy. Mr. Speaker, not even quoting the Prime Minister, you know. So if he didn't say it, he could say it, the document there. Not even considering the interest, there's interest to come, you know, 6%. That is legally due to these people. The numbers can reflect the worst case scenario, as indeed I have indicated. So add up the numbers and come to 4 something and go much higher than that. Managing a country is serious business, I would advise my colleagues. And one must contemplate the worst case scenario as the extreme position that must be evaluated and planned for appropriate action. Mr. Speaker, a lot of people were, in fact, angry, saying that I lied. Mr. Speaker, one thing I promise as Prime Minister, the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, not the Minister of Finance, not the Prime Minister more, is important, it's Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance. He's like the United States Treasury Secretary or the other committees that determine rates and so on in the United States. Anytime he or she opens their mouth, things tumble. If it's positive, you see the stock market shoots. People start, if the wrong statements are made. So when we make statements like this, it has enormous implication. It turns out incorrect information. Cabinet conclusion of $290,000 for Polish ambassador, 150 go in the Treasury, and 140 end up in a constituency, not the Prime Minister constituency, nothing, no. And a cabinet has been accused by the present Prime Minister of literally stealing $140,000, the whole cabinet. Every member of cabinet is tarnished. Not one person. But the cabinet took a decision for a conclusion of 290. Listen, I'm calling on the Prime Minister to show the nation the cabinet conclusion of 219. Because you can't do this. I passed through enough of this, you know. I passed through enough, and I don't want any of my colleagues to go through this. It is just not fair. I remember being accused of taking $500,000 and walking around Europe like some stupidity, some clown. Walking around Europe, friends abroad calling me, people I taught with at the universities calling me and say, man, how could you get yourself in this? For me. I had to ask one person one day, I said, tell me something. I know all you believe all politicians crooked, so I'm not going to ask if you believe are honest or not. Because there's a general perception of politicians. I said, do you believe I'm stupid? He said, no, you are not the smartest man. I said, you believe I will take $500 in a briefcase I can't close with 2 police officers, go from 5 cities in Europe, give a man an appointment and go and collect the thing? Oh my God. Mr. Speaker, and they are tape. They're going to show this, they're going to show that. Mr. Speaker, we cannot do that to people. We can't do this. We cannot do this. And I'm telling the other side, your time may come, you know. Be careful. Your time may come. That somebody may accuse you wrongfully. And I will hear you bawling. That's why I say I'm at the mountaintop. I'm up there. I pass through it all. I say I'm like corn flying fish. I take everything. Me alone send a plane in government, take the money. Sell the plane. Man, it's what they say, you know. This little man, alone, so good, sell a plane, the whole cabinet don't know, and they can't touch him. Mr. Speaker, I ask the Prime Minister, be careful with his words. Because when this 290 thing came out, 3 days afterwards, Mr. Speaker, I was sitting by the fish market in St. George's in my car. And a gentleman was passing, and he looked like a half rasta. Them so and so, thief, jail them, jail all of them. Mr. Speaker, I sitting there and honestly I had to laugh through them. I can't say he was talking about us, but the fact that he was saying it and passing in the street, I talking loud. I say, Lord, I say my namesake doing that to us, man. No, Mitchell does not do that to Mitchell. We are much more decent than that. Watch your words, Prime Minister, to you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the skillful attempt to reduce or slow down the number of applications received for pension to stay within the pronounced liability has not gone unnoticed. Asking people, well, the time for sending in this is past and all kinds of stuff. No, they say we're going to pay. And government left a lot of money. Pay. There are no deadlines in law for submitting applications, so encourage pensioners to continue to apply for their benefits. Mr. Speaker, the current situation. Mr. Speaker, Grenada is again at the crossroads. Grenada have experienced 13.8% decline in its gross domestic product of growth in 2020. Yes, under me, and yes, my friend, you remember COVID-19? Do you remember this? I noticed the presentation never mentioned, hardly any mention about COVID-19. But Grenada was being lauded as one of the best performers as far as economic activity during COVID-19. Take it in your pipe and smoke it, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that's why we're saying it. We could afford to say it. The country is currently in a state of economic recovery with a growth rate according to the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, of 4.69% and 3.73% in 2021 and the year end of 2022, respectively. Mathematically, this means that we are still in the red or negative relative to the 13.8% contraction heading into 2023. So you cannot boast. We're still in the red. Moreover, future growth prospect in Grenada's major source market for tourism is expected to contract from 3.7% in 2022 to 1.7% by 2025. Global recovery on a whole is considered a challenge given the geopolitical tensions that exist, the lockdowns in China, the war in Ukraine, and the disruptions in the UK. Mr. Speaker, Grenada is part of the global village. Affecting the global economy will continue to have spillover effects, impacting on all sectors of our economy. Mr. Speaker, in addition, remember, St. George's University is now experiencing almost a serious drop in student enrollment for medical school. And since they are about 25% of our GDP, expect that that will have serious impact, not just on the university ability to do the things that they're planning to do, but also the services level throughout the length and breadth of Grenada, Carriacou, and P.T. Martinique. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister is unaware of the macroeconomic context in which this budget is presented. And let me give. On page 10, take your books out. On page 10 of the Medium-Term Fiscal Report Framework 2023, that's a government document, Mr. Speaker, report that was laid before this Honorable House, along with the estimate of revenue and expenditure, it indicated, and I quote, growth is expected, listen to that, growth is expected to decelerate in 2023. That's the government document that they gave us, unquote. While the Minister of Finance in his budget statement stated on page 6 of his budget statement, he said, the economy is expected to expand in 2023. Which one should I believe? Which one, Mrs. I've given you several instances and I would ask a question at the end of it. We get one document with numbers given by the officers, I assume, in the Ministry of Finance. And then the Prime Minister in his budget statement, I don't know, maybe for political reasons or somebody write his speech somewhere else. Mr. Speaker, then the Minister of Parliament and Prime Minister not understand the economic numbers? Was it an attempt to deceive the people about the growth prospects of the country for 2023? Mr. Speaker, I know he's not a numbers man, but at least if you give a document saying one thing, it has to be consistent with statements you make. Mr. Speaker, as admitted by the government, they inherited a healthy treasury with Grenada in sound financial standing. However, the pressures that come with this world crisis must be properly managed to safeguard our fiscal credibility obtained through the sacrifices made by all Grenadians over the years. This is the true test of leadership, not winning an election on false promise to make everyone permanent and at the same time provide them with pension as per the 1958 Act, but rather managing the economic challenges in a way that it cushions the effects on the most vulnerable among us, creating opportunities through the public sector investment programs of the government while controlling expenditure in the public sector. Particularly the wage bill, which I will come to, and by extension the current expenditure, as such costs are largely funded by revenues obtained from taxation. Mr. Speaker, what was said in the budget statement by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Prime Minister were broad statements that were well sugar-coated, nice language. That's lawyers good at that, you know. When you afraid them for that, yeah, I can't speak like them. The truth about all the sweet talk is reflected in the numbers. Numbers, Mr. Speaker, they don't lie. As stated in the 500-plus page document referred to as the Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure 2023, the document, as you would know, is comprised of two parts, namely the areas where revenues will be collected and the programs and areas where the said revenues will be spent consistent with government's overreaching policy. Mr. Speaker, as the saying government goes, I repeat, numbers do not lie. So permit me to tell the story of numbers in this order: allocation, revenues, and expenditure. Let me go through them one by one. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance identified 6 areas of allocation that supports his so-called transformation agenda. I wish to proffer some comments on those and a few other areas of major disconnection between what was said in the speech and what is actually in the budget document of estimates of revenue and expenditure. I'm taking the 2 documents. Read your documents. Don't condemn the person speaking. Read the documents. Condemn the documents, not me. 1. The area of health and wellness is said to have an increase in allocation of $17.1 million. And he said the largest in the history of Grenada. Mr. Speaker, allocating funds to spend is one thing, but the areas in which they are targeting is even more critical. And additional funds were budgeted for 4% salary increases to workers in 2023. More contract work were budgeted for illegal work, So said my beloved Minister of Finance. The budget for the religious affairs was not originally part of the Ministry of Health, and funds for advisory and consulting services, Mr. Speaker, all this were added, Mr. Speaker. More money for the big boys, the big consultants, and the big directors, and what do you call them now? I'm not going to call them. Mr. Speaker, we'll delve further into glaring increases in contract work that was supposed to be illegal. Mr. Speaker, $10 million was also budgeted for projects started and initiated by the new National Party's government. Number 2, Minister of Finance and Prime Minister spoke of the largest allocation of the Ministry of Education. He's so proud, with an increase of $11.4 million. Again, where are these increases, Mr. Speaker, concentrated? Just listen. The increases are in the area of salaries and wages, contract work, funds for advisors, and consultant services. The poor man, not there at all, Mr. Speaker. 824, road walk in the hot sun, that's what he's there for, Mr. Speaker. We continue to see the growth in payment of advisors and consultants. That's the ones we're concerned about, the big boys. We're going to hear about them in the revenue and the customs and all. We're going to hear more. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister informed, he said that nothing was done for the creative industry. I was appalled that anyone would stand in Parliament and say nothing was done for the creative industry. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if there was a lack of understanding of what encompasses the creative industry. But I give the Prime Minister more credit. Over the years, Mr. Speaker, the government have invested millions of dollars in the Festival of the Arts, the establishment of music labs in school, provide support for community-based mass bands and fashion designers, support work for Spice Mass and Cultural Foundation, and invested $10 million in the Seamoon Cultural Center, the pride and joy of the people of St. Andrews. But nothing is done for the creative sector. If this is to explore the areas and consolidate all the existing efforts, that is appropriate, Mr. Speaker, and I will give them credit. In other words, take what is there, build on it, you'll get a lot of credit. Mr. Speaker, however, to say nothing has been done for the creative industry demonstrates a lack of institutional knowledge. This is manifested in the approach taken to this particular sector, while culture is in one place and the creative industry is like a creature independent of our cultural expressions. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, a lack of recognition of the foundation that one is afforded would cause an ad hoc approach to strengthening and consolidating gains. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance stated on page 12 of the budget statement that the budget for the Ministry of Agriculture was $54.3 million. And he said the largest ever, with a $14.3 million increase. Mr. Speaker, I am not sure what estimates of revenue and expenditure the Prime Minister was reading from. But the budget in the Ministry of Agriculture set forth on page 468 of the estimate says $39.4 million. My, what is this? Numbers don't make sense. Allow me to advise the Minister of Finance that there is a $19 million increase. If you look at the real budget, you will see that NNP had $19 more million than even what he has announced, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, numbers do not lie. The next one, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Infrastructure is said to have the largest budget of $143.1 million, as stated on page 12. I give you the page, of the budget speech given by the Minister of Finance. However, on page 338 of the estimate, it contradicts the stated quoted numbers reflected in the budget. It says $131 million budget. But where was the Prime Minister getting these numbers from? $98 million less than what was spent by the NNC administration. Mr. Speaker, we spent over $229 million. But he said he did the largest one ever. He might turn on his thing and say we wasted the money. Like the St. George's Road and so on, we wasted it. Mr. Speaker, another one. On page 23 of the speech given by the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, he highlights that social services budget is $32.9 million. While on page 356 of the estimates reflect $36.5 million budget for social services. In other words, one in the Prime Minister's speech, one in the document. I don't know which one to believe. Which one? Do we come back here and have a new Prime Minister's speech, a new budget, or do we throw the document like Nancy Pelosi did with some speech and just tear it up and throw it in the trash? Do we do that? I don't know which one to do. But it can't remain so. They have to mesh. They have to be consistent. A $7 million cut relative to what was spent in that specific area. Again, attack on the poor. Wherever the government cuts, the poor is the one that pays the price. This government, like the big boys. This glaring error continues to show a disconnect between the budget speech presented and what was actually budgeted by the government. Here one again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on page 26 of the budget speech, the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister, he spoke about the beautification, nice word, beautification, enhancement, sustainability, and transformation project. Big word, woo. Me, if I hear that, I'm bawling. Beautification, enhancement, sustainability, transformation, I might bite my tongue. Mr. Speaker, there is no such project named in the estimates. It is not in the estimates, but the Prime Minister is about it. So if you intend to add it, add it. But it's not there. It's not there. Mr. Speaker, it is important that the programs in the estimate by name and code are what is spent on. You can't spend otherwise. The name is important in the document. Conversely, projects stated in the budget speech, it has no meaning if the said projects are not placed in the estimate. You just can't say things to sound nice and everybody, beautiful speech, lovely speech, we go. And you're not there. It's not there. It's not there, Mr. Speaker. The big name, it's not there. Mr. Speaker, the budget speech on page 32 of the, to be exact, spoke to a $15 million allocation for medium-term, small, and micro enterprise. There is no evidence of the same in the estimates. If you misname it, that's not my problem. It has to be accurate. It has to be accurate. It has to be what it says in each document. You can't have one name here and another name there. Simple. More on page 41 of the speech, the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister advised of an employment agency. I ain't seen no employment agency in the estimates. I would love to see that because I think it may not be a bad move if it's properly managed. Mr. Speaker, I do not know if the Minister of Finance got his speech written in the south of the island, while the estimates of revenue and expenditure and macroeconomic context in which it was cast was done at the Ministry of Finance on the Carnage, St. George's. Somebody write something, and some person put in numbers. I have been in this house when a budget was presented, and what was given by the officers in the Ministry of Finance. When it was read, many of the numbers were changed. I am not saying this Prime Minister did this. I make no aspersion on this. What I'm saying is that if it's one number in the estimate, one name in the estimate, must be the same thing on your speech. It cannot be different. Mr. Speaker, this is the point I really want to make. Revenue, Mr. Speaker. The expected revenues of the state of Grenada for 2020, as documented in the budget, are driven by taxation and citizenship, by investment, with an expected collection in those areas of $739.3 million and $240 million, respectively. The budgeted amount for the expected tax in collections for 2023 is greater than what contained in the years 2013 and to 2019, before the onset of the pandemic and the economic fallout that followed. Mr. Speaker, what I mean is important. Mr. Speaker, in a period of an expected decline from the medium-term report, I assume it's done by professionals. Not what the Prime Minister says they're going to be growth. These are words by a lawyer, not the professionals. Mr. Speaker, in a period of decline in growth, a reduction in specific taxes, even if you have increased tax on sugar and unknown fizzy and sweet drinks, increased tax on alcohol, the reintroduction of VAT and the environmental levy on households consuming 500 kilowatts of electricity, coupled with tax amnesty, the government intends to collect $71 million and more in taxes in 2023 relative to 2022, when there is going to be a reduction in the growth of the country. When in fact, many of the steps taken to reduce taxes will in fact come into play. But they expect, you see, you could write something, Mr. Speaker. These numbers, I am telling Mr. Speaker, this house, I am saying here, I am estimating that they won't achieve this estimate. I remember in the 1990s, the Ministry of Finance for several years estimating tax revenues, and at the end of the year, then collect 60%, sometimes 65 max. Mr. Speaker, check the records. the last 10 years of this government, of the NNP government. We made sure that what we said in the death estimates, end of the year, Mr. Speaker, the numbers spoke. That's why the Prime Minister said he made a lot of money. The treasury was full. Because we met our commitments to the country. We did not give one number to make it look nice in the book. And for nice song, nice on radio and TV, man. And then, Mr. Speaker, it would have been better since if the government offered cheaper, healthier alternatives and institute a phased approach to dissuade the use of excess sugar through education rather than simultaneously imposing a tax. I am saying the intention of causing people to use less sugar is good, but taxing it is a bad tax. The poor people are the ones that will suffer the most. You could help guide them. You could provide services. You could educate. You can do what you want. But they will use sugar. They are the ones that suffer. They are the ones that will suffer the most. Have a heart. The NDC slogan is a heart. Where is your heart? Where is that heart? There is no heart, Mr. Speaker. Little children, keep quiet. It would have been better, Mr. Speaker, you impose a back on basic services like this. We must consider the tax and small business. We must consider tax. We thought to compete. It is competing, you know, Mr. Speaker. Listen to this. The impact on small business, the cottage industry that is forced to compete with imported snacks with a lot of sugar in it. We do nothing about it. They have more sugar and bad too. More sugar and salt damaging your bodies. But nothing was done with taxing sugar. Mr. Speaker, along years now, I use little sugar. I use more honey. The honey is $40 a bottle. I could pay for it. The average man can't pay. So you have to consider. And I make a point. Years ago, budget after budget presented. We considering tax on alcohol and tobacco. Because the truth is, you want to discourage people to smoke. Because I never smoked cigarette in my life. And I'm glad my parents were strong on this. Tobacco is bad. So I feel sorry when I see people smoking. So I'm not talking about the decision to warn people. But you know what we did? We did a study. We did a study on the impact of increased taxes. You know what we noticed? More things coming through the chute. The revenue dropped. We get less revenue, but people smoking and they're drinking more alcohol. Babash get all over the place in Babash. It increased the consumption of alcohol. I'm not saying if you achieve it, I say all power to you. But I'm just warning what you think you'll get. I'm convinced, and as I said, if you get it, I'll shake in your hands. But I'm warning that we tried it many times and we did not succeed. So if you have improved border control and so on, and you could stop things coming through the chute, I know a member for Carriacou and Peter Martinique is here. If you could stop that, you would have to deal with them people in Carriacou. So all I'm doing, Mr. Speaker, on this is to warning of the problem that this is. But I do not think that the government was right in doing this. Mr. Speaker, the reinstatement of VAT, environmental levy, on electricity consumption below 500 kilowatts is another area of concern. You know who that hitting most? The poor again. This government hate poor people. They hate poor people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to do some calculations and read out numbers. Read out numbers and show you why. Because I don't just talk. Mr. Speaker, the new National Party government removed VAT and the environmental levy for the first 500 kilowatts of electricity used by homes, and at the same time reduced the non-fuel price by 25%. This government has reintroduced the environmental levy and a non-fuel charge and imposed a VAT of 7.5%. An instant pressure this places on the average consumer with the imposition of a higher rate of VAT, while the collections of VAT on behalf of the government are given an amnesty. Listen to that, you know. Collection of VAT by the government or given amnesty, a policy taxing the poor and vulnerable, or without options to finance the people of means. People collect the VAT, it's given an amnesty. But the poor people who pay it had to pay it. Have a heart. Have a heart, man. The VAT and income taxes. Listen to that. The VAT and income taxes deducted from employees, also known as pay as you earn. They call them trust taxes, meaning that they're not a charge to the business who are registered to collect them. These taxes are collected on behalf of the government, and the businesses are used as collecting agents. So you can't give them amnesty on your own revenue because they bid. No, they have to pay it to the taxpayers. Therefore, an amnesty. I don't know if some people in government may be benefiting from this. And some are businessmen. I don't know. But if you can't fit, so be fit by watching. Watching. Therefore, an amnesty that includes these taxes allow businesses to hold on to funds collected from the consumer and the workers in the country without repercussions. This is a serious, serious fault on behalf of the government. Mr. Speaker, I encourage the Minister of Finance to study the economic policy failures of the NDC government in 2008. I don't know if you talk to them. If you all don't talk, you have a right to talk. Recall that in 2009, the NDC administration and government announced an amnesty against the advice of the international community, of the IMF. I'm telling you that. And that year, the government collected 16% shortfall in revenues. In other words, if you take your from, although you said they didn't do nothing, but you still have the label and the name, talk to them. And they'll tell you what happened. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance, when announcing the amnesty, sought to suggest, listen to this one. Again, the minister liked to make what I consider to be attacks on his former government without any proof whatsoever. Listen to him. When announcing the amnesties, sought to suggest there was political interference in the tax department under the NNP administration in government. Mr. Speaker, like the Polish ambassador thing, I challenge the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance to allow his permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance and the Controller of Inland Revenue to call the name of any minister or ministers in the NNP government who interfered with tax matters. Call them out. I challenge you. Don't come with this flimsy thing that somebody said this and somebody said that. This is an attack on the character of your former colleagues. One day it will come and hit you back, Mr. Speaker. You will get it. It is just not fair to tarnish the names of good people. If they did this, and I mentioned what happened to me in other places already, but it is a callous and irresponsible statements by the Prime Minister and Minister. And the Prime Minister said is like the Treasury Secretary. And when he speaks, People listen. Next thing I pass in, I'm going to say, oh, you big thief, you big thief. I'm killing him. You big thief. Poor me. Poor Clarice. Big thief. Mr. Speaker, I just ask this institute, while the Prime Minister is making the statements, I ask him, check cess. Check cess. You know, nobody from Northwest goes west cess. They're telling them, where you going? You take a senator, a politician, and put him in charge of cess, of deputy. You take a treasurer of your party, and you put in charge of cess. Politicizing. Mr. Speaker, I have it on record. Ministers sending letters to give loans to people. Public servants in different ministries connected, sending letters. Persons connected with the government, sending letters to give loans. Man, loan free for so. No condition. Political connection. Mrs. That never happened under the new National Party's government. And you're talking about corruption, corrupt government? Clean up cess. Clean up cess. Mr. Speaker, the Port Authority calamity, Mr. Speaker. Not one person, a lot of persons are involved. Do an investigation and deal with it. 5 days, not a word from the top man in government. Mr. Speaker, I said I will talk. Who want to get vexed? Vexed. I don't dislike any of you guys, and I would certainly do anything socially with you guys, but when it comes to the people's business, I am no friend. I'm saying it as it is, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'll go get it. Let me tell you something. I've been in government on one side of the opposition. Me alone, one man, took on 14 members on the other side. Those days I spent 3 days budget presentation. Little children, behave yourselves, behave.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, may I interrupt you again? Honorable members of the House, I want you to allow the Leader of the Opposition to make his presentation.
Mr. Speaker, let me just add though, if I said anything that's wrong, they could turn up on a point of order. That's right. I didn't hear this, all I hear is chit chat. So, Mr. Speaker, the decline in growth expected in 2020 advanced by the medium-term fiscal report and the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, married with argument put forward by the government and some of its worshippers, the pension payout with your spurring economic growth, I don't see that. The monies that you're talking about would spur economic growth. I can tell you, it's hardly likely that it will spur any serious economic growth in the country. But we will that is for the future, some other time when the numbers come in, we'll see, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, knowing that okay. Mr. Speaker, the overall revenue projections that the government gave appear to be impractical. I'm not surprised that the government intends to introduce to the Honorable House a loan authorization bill seeking to raise a maximum of $350 million to support current expenditure. I think they are aware that these projections, these numbers, won't come out right. It is important to note that the government is not seeking to be given the authority to raise funds for capital projects and programs that would create jobs and spur growth, but rather to finance added expenditures in wages, allowances, and other areas of professional advisory and technical support services since coming into office. Mr. Speaker, current expenditure, two noteworthy areas of increase in the government on current expenditure are the increase in compensation and consultants and advisors, completely contrary to what is expected of a serious government in the 21st century. An increase in compensation, consultants, advisors, and technical support services. Considering compensation, Mr. Speaker, compensation has increased in excess of $21 million, excluding pensions due to the creation of 201 new positions in the public service. Mr. Speaker, it's a complete opposite of what the government should be doing, reducing the size of the service. The sacrifice that were made by the old NDC government, by the NNP government in 1987, and again in 2013, by all and sundry, the public workers, the trade unions in general, and all citizens. They're now blocking the public service. And overnight, raising their salary by $2,000 in traveling, not on salary, because if you put it on salary, you're going to get taxed. They sat in cabinet and gave themselves an increase. This is immoral. And telling me I didn't have the courage to raise. The Minister of Finance and the government side must know the money in the treasury is not yours. You are the custodian. And if you have to increase it, you have to consult. And you can't tell me you just go and just raise your salary. Mr. Speaker, when we were considering increases before in government, let me tell you the formula, Mr. Speaker, for what it's worth. 1996, I think. We appointed an independent committee. Derek Knight, well-known lawyer, was chairman. The Eastern Caribbean Central Bank gave us one person. And Mr. Henry Joseph, who is a known supporter of the National Democratic Congress, well known. He was on the committee as an accountant because we wanted to show that the organization is an independent organization. And we believe Henry, in his own right as a professional, can do so. He provided a report, the cabinet and the government implemented. We did so again, but we never sat there by ourselves. This is not our money. And just raise it by 2,000. You don't even start to work yet. You almost steal any money, but you raise yourself by $2,000. That's just not right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so when we did the structural adjustment program, 70 cents on every dollar was paid on wages and salaries. Because of what we did, it went down to 45 cents on wages and salaries. And we were able to have a lot of savings on the recurrent side to invest in capital stocks. So we invested in a lot of jobs, projects, many of the projects that government tried to take credit for today. That is what we did, Mr. Speaker. As such, increasing positions in the public in the absence of a strategic plan is counterintuitive to one of the key pillars of the recently concluded structural adjustment homegrown program. We're going in the complete opposite. You're talking about transformation? We're transformating the country in the opposite direction of what it's supposed to be. Mr. Speaker, the increase in established positions for the big boys in the 2023 budget appears to be without strategic thought. People taken from the private sector and placed into government. They marry that with accepted pension obligations and economic crisis on our doors. We are likely to see an increased percentage of revenues collected from tax going towards employee compensation with little or nothing to be spent in another area. Mr. Speaker, this is what this government intends to do. Mr. Speaker, 20% of the positions created are clerk positions, you know. Clerk position, this 201, a lot of clerk positions, 20%. That were minimized as part of the human resource strategy developed during the structural adjustment program. There was a prevailing view that a large number of clerk positions were not fit for the modern public service in an area of digitization. In other words, we're going in the opposite direction, Mr. Speaker. The digital government project that we are pleased to see is being continued by this government was designed to support a paperless government, which I hear talk about, with most of the services being offered online. As such, most of the clerical work that is being done throughout the government system would largely be no more. You know, you could create them in other places, services, more jobs, but not necessarily in the public service. Mr. Speaker, the other 80% positions created were jobs for the big wigs. Director of this, director of that, senior of that, senior of this, deputy that, all paid, most of them paid in excess of $60,000. The salary scale was not determined by the level of work, you know, and by the Department of Public Administration, which clearly has been dismantled. The cabinet takes position and just make decisions as it wishes, Mr. Speaker. Positions were even created in the elections office. Supervisor of elections, deputy, 91,000, deputy, 79,000 plus. Mr. Speaker. And when I questioned this in the Finance Committee meeting, the Prime Minister would not be surprised me saying this, yeah? Because I told him so. When I questioned it, I heard all kinds of stories about how difficult when election time people can get this, they can get. I said, but that is a rationale. A whole long tribe of talk. And I sit in there and listen. That's my Prime Minister and my chairman. When he finished, I said, but you haven't said anything. I said, these are not positions of senior public servants. You know what I was told? As soon as you appoint them, they become public servants. I've never heard more foolishness in my life. So you take somebody from anywhere, you make them supervisor, and they become overnight a public servant. And I heard other people trying to justify this. Go and tell a lawyer that. Go and tell a good lawyer that. Overnight, because you post them there. Well, I'm watching to see who they're putting in the electoral office as supervisor and making them public servants overnight. So the public service don't exist. Well, I really don't understand this. But, Mr. Speaker, I heard $500,000 going to give to nurses. All right. If nurses get $500, I say, God for them. But you tell me, if I am not happy and you promise me permanent, and you just give me $500, and I get attraction overseas at 2,000 pounds plus and 3,000 US dollars, you think 500 will keep me? I wish you luck. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, and I'm not saying the nurses should be married. That's their right. All I'm saying is I wish you luck if you're able to keep the nurses because of $50,500, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, efficiency measures, Mr. Speaker. The estimates show a notable increase in the current expenditure, while the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister on page 48 of the budget speech advised that government has introduced measures to reduce the cost of current expenditure in the area of travel and office supplies. This is a Prime Minister's statement, but his budget document shows significant increase in almost every vote for travel and, of course, office supplies. So again, I don't know where it was written. Macroeconomic data came from Carnage, and this speech must come from the South. Based on the estimate for revenue and expenditure, these areas have gone up by $2 million and $5 million respectively. They increased, but the Prime Minister is saying they're taking steps to reduce it. But they undo what the previous government was doing and kept travel to a certain limit. Sad. Words mean nothing if it is not matched by the data. Mr. Speaker, capital expenditure projects. 99% of the projects in the budget is a result of the work of the new National Party's government. I wish to specifically mention and commend the government for continuing the $16 million food security project with the World Bank and currently evident in the budget. We also commend the government for the rollout of the National Adaptation Planning for Food Security Program in partnership with FAO and funded by the Green Climate Fund. This would see another layer of support for food security in Grenada that we are not required to pay. Mr. Speaker, permit me to highlight a few areas of concerns. There is a cut in the budget for the seed program relative to what was spent in 2022 in excess of $8 million. Mr. Speaker, again, that's an attack on the poor. Wherever sacrifices have been made, the poor people or the youth must be the one to suffer. But people that collect VAT, the big persons who can afford collect VAT, they can keep it. Amnesty for them. Mr. Speaker, the seed program in part of the public assistance program under the Ministry of Social Development and supported vulnerable households to ensure that they have basic necessities. That you cut in? The reduction in spending of this program translates to persons being removed from the program. Needy assistance program that often assisted persons with food, unexpected social challenges brought on by the issue like fire, floods, burial assistance, and the like, that was reduced too. Every place the poor people benefiting cut. The transportation allowance program that supports students traveling from rural areas to TAMCC and SU was also cut. The housing assistance program, which supported the refurbishment of homes for vulnerable people and provided jobs for the brigade, some of them were removed. The soft loan housing program that provided an opportunity for people who have difficulty with funding from commercial banks to obtain a home through the National Housing Authority has been cut by 85%. Poor people again. Every place the poor people had a little window. NDC in it. The Grenada Home Improvement Scheme created by the new National Party administration sought to transform the living conditions of people by removing pit latrines through its bathroom and toilet initiative of one of the serious areas of focus is now called the Grenada Home Improvement and Resilience Project, nice name, with less budget than what was spent in 2020. Well, let me make the point. The Prime Minister or Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, seem to see what they did in many of the programs and boasting that they did more and had more than the previous government. They looked at the approved estimate of 22 and approved, then they have the data and actual expenditure. So when you're doing a budget for the coming year, your relevant point is not the approved of the previous year, it's what was spent. Because it means some prevailing circumstances made it clear that you must have more in that area, instead of that boasting, when in fact the real allocation, actual expenditure was much more than in our budgeting. And I think they're smart. We will explore to deal with that. Mr. Speaker, all the other programs, single household program, a lot of programs, all of them were dealt an uneven hand by the National Democratic government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the asphalt and maintenance program, I already talked about, that was cut too. Many of these programs, in fact, may have to be, when we're doing the bills, I may have to expand some of these because I have some other areas that I must deal with before I end my presentation, Mr. Speaker. Right. Mr. Speaker, I feel bad for the minister responsible for youth, who eloquently spoke to the media on the intended transitioning and transformation of the money program to the National Trade Agency in 2023 budget cycle. But it's not evident in the budget. As a matter of fact, it's allocated for transitioning strategy project by the new National Party administration was removed. The Minister of Finance and Prime Minister, in his own words, is still imagining the Imani program. Mr. Speaker, after consistently bashing this program for over 15, the NDC government has no alternative plan. Mr. Speaker, I want to know who is fooling who in this whole scene. Where are the permanent jobs for these Imanis? Where are the jobs? Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister forced the Honorable Ronald Reagan to eat his words, because there is not one new project to support the youths of this nation by this administration. All the talk about transformation, not one penny more in the budget relative to what was previously spent for the young people. One thing the Honorable Minister of Youth was clear about in his utterances to the press, that the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister have supported in this budget, is a reduction in the amounts intended to spend relative to what was traditionally spent on the youths of this nation under the NNP administration. He said so, and I give him credit for honesty. Mr. Speaker, moreover, the government has wasted resources in duplicating functions with the creation of the ministry, the famous Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, all kinds of big words, without strategically analyzing the functions of implementation still exists within the Ministry of Works, a semblance in the Ministry of Economic Development and Planning with a total budget cost, the Ministry of Planning, $104 million. 70% of the position in the Ministry of Transformation, Mobilization are paid more than 90% of what workers in the Revenue Collecting Agency and by extension the Ministry of Finance as a whole receive. In other words, Cabinet just do the thing. Nothing to do with the system, with the level, the ability, and the criteria. Cabinet have power, so they're using power. Moreover, the Ministry of Information, Transformation, and Mobilization has no legal mandate to oversee or establish performance criteria or to sanction for the lack of performance of any ministry within the service but its own. Further, the legal mandate to mobilize resources, which I noted was the vision of the ministry, which resides in the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, who are fooling who? Current expenditures balloon to satisfy the bigwigs with the promise of permanent jobs and employment and 1958 pensions for all workers that work in the public sector has become a distant memory of this administration. Further marginalization of the youths has squeezed with the reduction of spending and programs to support them. While the people are asked to finance the lavish spending with targeted loan authorization in the bill on our most recent history with a $350 million loan. Mr. Speaker, having analyzed the 2023 budget, it's evident that this government will continue to foster an atmosphere of fear, the loss of jobs and economic opportunities, while imposing further hardships on the people assuming office since June 24, 2022. Mr. Speaker, this government came into office. Since it came in, we have seen the loss of jobs in several areas. The road workers who used to get 5, 6 fortnights, 2 fortnights, 3 weeks ago, bush when you pass in and the bushes that knock in your vehicle and so on. Mr. Speaker, these road workers, they depend on Christmas activities for a decent Christmas. Those of us who have steady income or able to have it and buy the ham, they can do the things. They did government. But we saw it fit to reduce the amount we give them. They are the poorest of the poor. Have a heart. But anytime you have to make sacrifice, the poor people are the ones must make the sacrifice, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the new budget, I want to just give a breakdown of some figures for those who may not understand. That we remove VAT on the 500 kilowatts of electricity consumed by households. Mr. Speaker, let me give you some numbers. Somebody who was using 300 kilowatts, the non-fuel charge under the NMP was $91.29. The fuel charge was $260.46. No environmental levy, no VAT. Total $351.75. And these are poor people because 300 kilowatts is joke. The NDC program, 300 kilowatts, similar amount. Non-fuel charge, $121.71. The fuel charge is the same, $260.46. $10 environmental levy. $15.08 VAT. Total $407.25. Poor people again. Another one, 800 kilowatts. Non-fuel charge NNP, $243.44. Fuel charge, $694.57. Mr. Speaker, $10 environmental levy, $13.69 VAT, total $961.70. Under the NDC, 800 kilowatts, $324.56 non-fuel charge. Fuel charge, $694.57. I've given you guys work to go home and do. $694.57. Check it because you might say a lie. Environmental levy, $10. VAT, $21.33. Total cost under the NDC for the same 800, $1,050.46. Mr. Speaker, and the token, most people use a lot of kilowatts, Mr. Speaker. Not the big man that getting this. Most of the revenue and the things that we give, the people in the bigger levels, at the higher levels of consumption, are the ones that would benefit the most. If you go to 1,500 kilowatts per hour and so on, that's where you will benefit a lot compared to what the NNP was giving. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the measures imposed by the Minister of Finance of this country have placed the people, the poor ones, in a worse off position. I challenge them to dispute these live examples, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now going to turn to an area. Mr. Speaker, assume that will be stop at 12:30, right? Okay. We started a bit late too.
Yes, it's 12:30.
Right, good. Very good. Okay. Okay. Mr. Speaker, the imposition of VAT will see a minimum increase the cost of sugar of 15% without any cheaper alternative offered to them. In other words, the cost for an average person buying sugar would be 50% more than what it is doing today. I observed the deliberate insertion of the zero-rated and exemption of the list of VAT items placed on the annex of the budget to give the impression that this government removed VAT on all these items. Deception. I wish to advise, Mr. Speaker, that this list was derived from the combination of exemptions given by the NDC in 2008 and the NNP government then. While the people are forced to pay increased taxes on basic commodities, and amnesty is given to businesses that have failed to remit some of the taxes that were given to them to pass to government, Mr. Speaker, we must ask ourselves, whose interest does this government serve? Mr. Speaker, all of this is cast in an environment where the actions of the leaders in government are ad hoc at best and often seek to malign, to intimidate people, thereby creating an unhealthy atmosphere in the country. Mr. Speaker, allow me to underscore this point. Mr. Speaker, the public service is expected to carry out the policies and programs of the government. Mr. Speaker, there is a fear prevailing in the public service today that has never been the case before. That has never been the case before. People are promoted without any basis at all. Others are marginalized and sent on leave. Mr. Speaker, some people, not necessarily always politicians, but some people who perceived to have connections with top members of the government who are in the public service are doing their own thing. Mr. Speaker, there is a clear intimidation of workers, Mr. Speaker. Those who don't want to know, let them not know. Mr. Speaker, the attack on past cabinet members, Mr. Speaker, is something that should never happen. I mentioned this before. The attack on the faith organization, many of these people are poor people again. They work. The contracts was passed at cabinet. The people are employed. The government has a legal obligation. If the project had some weaknesses, deal with that. But pay the poor people for their service. They are not responsible. Little children, stop talking while Papa talking.
Mr. Speaker.
Grandpa speaking, so don't talk.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point of order. Standing order 38. 3 and 4. We are not little children. We are members of parliament in this honorable house.
Mr. Speaker, what's the point of order? What is the point of order? There was not a point of order.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, just hold 1 minute, please.
What's not a point of order? You don't know what a point of order is. When you get to address, you can talk then.
All right. I was just addressing another matter here. But when you stand to make a point of order in the House, you address that to the chair, to the speaker. Right? Please do, members. Address it to the speaker. And the speaker will determine if it goes forward to the person to whom is attended. All right? Let's do it this way, please. Honorable Leader of Opposition, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I did not even call name, Little children could be little children in Dominica, St. Lucia. Anyway. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I said if something went wrong, with the faith organization, pay the workers. It's not your money. You pay people who refuse to work. And you feel right to pay it. Even when the court say it should not be paid. I'm glad for them. But those who work, they are poorer people without salaries, have a conscience. Pay them for their service and deal with the organization and whatever the problems that existed. But they should not pay the price as ordinary folks. And while you are taking $2,000, while drawing another $6,000 and $7,000, have a mercy on those people. Have a mercy. Pay the ordinary people. Have a mercy. Mr. Speaker, attack on concrete roads in St. George's. You know, you have to be an engineer. You have to understand roads. You have to understand technicalities. You understand data. If you don't understand that, don't talk. Did you check the amount of people in faith? Did you check the average salary and see how it come up? And the numbers that make sense? You didn't do that. A lot of money, too much money. What is that? That's your interpretation. And it's an interpretation which is not based on facts. Mr. Speaker, therefore I move to something to my heart, my constituency, Northwest St. George's. 38 years of service. Mr. Speaker, when I returned home in 1984 and ran, I got 60% of the votes. The opposition got 40%. And therefore, it is known that the party I ran for split 3 ways. The NDC now in government was one part of the NNP, and Brizan, who was leader of the NDC then, he had about 15% support in Northwest St. George's. Because when the poll was done, the GLP is getting 4 to 5%. The NDP was getting 15%, and I was getting 60% with being aligned with Mr. Blaze. Sorry, 45%. So 45 and 15. So when the election was run and Brizan joined with us, I got 60% and there we go. So the poll that done by Selwyn Ryan of Trinidad and Tobago was absolutely perfect. So I got 60%. So when Brizan left and formed his own party, he left with some members of my constituency. When myself and Mr. Blaze split and I was out of government, Mr. Blaze had support in certain parts of the constituency. So technically, I should have lost that election in 1990. So Speaker, because of the work that I did with people, I got 70% of the vote, and I gave you work to do. Check the electoral results of the 1990 general elections. You will see exactly what I'm talking about. I don't play with numbers. Mr. Speaker, the love, it went up to 91% support. 91% in 1999. Mr. Speaker, the love and support. I feel, as I said, I am up the mountaintop. I feel like someone was given a special privilege. I'm honored to be given the support by the people at all levels in the constituency. The love. Even those that do not vote for me. We respect each other, and none of them could say that I deliberately treat them differently, because that is not in my DNA. Mr. Speaker, because of that love, today I want to give special thanks to those persons in Northwest St. George's who have honored me and given me a privilege that I will never be able to forget until the last breath of my body. Mr. Speaker, I see now there is an imposter going around playing representative. An imposter going around playing representative, offering all kinds of stuff, offering dandy and pedia and everything. People do not give up love for fantasy, for games. People do not give up that. Let them come. Let them come. I wonder, I just laugh, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the road work. There are people, little mayors and little village tyrants giving work and saying, if you don't come to my home, you can't get work. What nonsense is this? Telling people, if you don't come to my home, you can't get work. The poor people of the constituency, some of them need it. What sort of management is? The Prime Minister, Minister of Finance must understand this, that this is on you. Because you are the manager that, if that happens in a time that I was in government, that person will be called in. That person. But I assume that is a policy of the government. Keep going. The fisherman project in Bushaju, games were played. All kinds of reasons were given. The housing project, if the Chinese understand they're going over, you have to give new application. What nonsense is that? Government is a continuum activity. You are just a custodian today. Tomorrow you'll be out. Tomorrow you'll be out. Get it right. So treat people well. Whether I'm in government or opposition, Mr. Speaker, I have no problems when I walk the streets of this country. You know why? Because I'm the same person, whether I'm in government or opposition. Treat people badly. When you get out of government, you will find out. Mr. Speaker, the housing brigade. So I hear there is a mayor say that he decided who get house in Bushaju. And I assume it's happening all over the country. There's some mayors, you know. Mayors have been created. Maybe we have local government already. They create them. You think it's so? The gentleman, some people who are hated in the constituency are the ones they're choosing to represent. And I say, all power to you. The young people are saying, what? He? Mr. Speaker, that is the level. Mr. Speaker, I now conclude my conclusion. Mr. Speaker, my administration respected the voice of the people on June 23rd. I called on the Prime Minister then, and I said to him, congratulations. I didn't wait. That is my DNA. The people's voice is always the voice of God, in my view. I may not be happy, but you have to accept it. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said, when I told him he thanked me, and I told him, I said, I did a joke.
Member for St. George.
Sorry, yes.
West.
They said, Madam Deputy Speaker, sorry.
Please be advised that the Madam Deputy Speaker is in the house. Thank you, sir.
Madam, my deepest apology. Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, I called him, Minister of Finance and Prime Minister, and said, congratulations. And I made a joke, I said, don't spoil the Michelin. I'm going to call you, pull you up. So he laughed and he said, when I settle down, I will call you so that we can chat. And I said, I'm at your disposal. I don't receive the call. But the next thing I heard, the Prime Minister in his first speech said that he got a call from me and he made it clear. I didn't call him, he called me. That I thought was unfortunate. Did not show the kind of understanding that you expect. I was reaching out to the Prime Minister and he's saying, he didn't call me, that's in his speech. In other words, as if I was begging him. I beg for nothing from this government. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, left the finances of this country in the best position that it has ever been in recent history. We left a record of prudent fiscal performance and positioned this country as a resilient path to post-COVID recovery, growth, and development. This is an indisputable marker against which economic management and the leadership of this administration will be judged. That is how the present government will be judged. To quote many honest persons from the other side, we left them a full treasury. The challenge will be to sustain the excellent record of management while providing the benefits of years of sacrifice that the NNP administration did promise to the people of this country. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the early warning signals are now plainly audible for all to hear, not just to see. Madam Deputy Speaker, but to hear after the unfortunate delivery of a 3.5-hour budget statement by the Minister of Finance. A budget statement full of rhetoric, but empty on substance. We must all be very concerned about the ability of this administration to continue on the path of sound economic management.
Deputy Speaker, in the chair. Go ahead, Chair.
The Speaker.
The Speaker, in the chair.
Such an imbalance, Mr. Speaker, will be devastating to those by whose circumstances must from time to time lean on the state to take them through difficult periods. I urge the administration to rethink several areas of concern in the budget. For those who are socially, economically vulnerable, including the working poor, single mothers, our youth, and our elderly, please think again about them. Mr. Speaker, apart from a new record of lengthiness, in the end, the budget statement of 2023 will be remembered for a few distinguishing features. The first is that it uses the wrong point of reference, budgeted where actual outturn should be used. It unfortunately makes erroneous and baseless comparisons. The budget statement begins this way, and the baseless comparisons are made throughout. Mr. Speaker, if this were a literature paper, I would give it a passing grade. But this is a budget statement meant to outline and announce serious policies on revenue and expenditure of the people's resources. It falls far short of a passing grade. But to be fair, Mr. Speaker, there were some light moments, such as the announcement on condoms. I don't know why the Prime Minister chose that one. Maybe he knows something about members on his side that I don't know. But Prime Minister, if you know, tell me in secret. The second is that in substantial parts, the budget statement tells a different story to the numbers and figures presented in the estimates of revenue and expenditure prepared by the proficient team at the Ministry of Finance. In other words, I cannot blame them. For example, to advance as the Minister of Finance does, that the implementation rate for a particular project was 10%, and to boldly use 2020 as reference point is nothing more than show boating. Every single project in virtually every country in the world suffered from low implementation and from many non-implementation on the account of COVID-19. 2 years of COVID-19. The Minister of Finance said little or nothing, passing words, as if that didn't exist. But a simple estimate of implementation can be achieved by estimating the approved capital expenditure against outturn. He didn't do that. In the end, Mr. Speaker, precisely what does the Minister of Finance intended to reap from these false from these fallacies. At the end, the people of Grenada will be left to choose between the numbers presented in the estimates of revenue and expenditure, or on the illusions which the Minister of Finance attempts to create. We again asked, to what end? Paradoxically, those are the areas in the budget which resonate. But these areas highlight correctness of many of the policies introduced by our administration, NNP. But it would be too much for the Minister of Finance to have stated plainly that in several key areas this budget statement reflects policy continuity with the NNP. Instead, descriptors such as new, revisioned, reimagined are thrown in here and there to give the impression that this is a change of course. By this act of deception, the budget statement disregards the sacrifice of the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique to bring us to this point of buoyancy. Mr. Speaker, we must not be unkind to the Minister of Finance. It is for this reason what gets measured gets done. In an adage, we are all hold as common ground. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 3.5 hours, we must ask ourselves, what can be seriously measured? What seriously will be achieved? Sure, we can measure the expenditures and the implementation of taxation on the people. But what about outcomes? What about results? Mr. Speaker, I leave this August House with these cogent reflections. Few administrations have survived the fallout of COVID-19. That's a fact worldwide. The NNP administration rests confident in in the knowledge that it did manage the country through major crises. When the people of Grenada gave us the mandate to lead in 2013, we marshaled the resolve of the people of the country and took out the country from the throes of debt, the inability to meet public sector wages, and to say nothing of pensions and gratuity. Mr. Speaker, we took this country from the desperate place managed by an NDC administration that failed the people of this beautiful land of ours. And we joined forces with the Grenadian people to pull back this country from the brink. The scripture tells us, Mr. Speaker, in Hebrews 11, verse 7, by faith, Noah, being warned of God and of things not seen as yet, moved with fear, prepared an ark to save his household. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, there is no denying that it is our stewardship and prudent management that enable our country to successfully navigate through these challenges. Where other countries, larger and more powerful than ours, have stumbled. We worked shoulder to shoulder with the people of this beautiful land and proceeded to construct a society worthy of sacrifices, struggle, ingenuity, innovation, entrepreneurship, and creativity of our beautiful people. This required sacrifice by all and sundry. But as a people, we are achieving this We again led from the front in 2020, defying the naysayers and achieving one of the best records of COVID management. It was our preparedness, as the scripture admonishes us to do in Hebrews 11 chapter verse 7, that provided us with the foresight to build the finances of this country, which provided us with the ability to pay the payment of pension obligations in keeping with the recommendations of the judgment of the court, and the decision of the cabinet based on the recommendation as contained in the report of Pension Strategy Solution Committee. It was the arc, Mr. Speaker, as I come to an end, built through the leadership of the NNP, the labor and sacrifices of the people of Grenada, including all members of the trade unions, that made it possible for the payment of pensions at the most difficult time in the world economy. Mr. Speaker, the administration has access to the reports prepared by the Pension Strategy Committee, which raises all relevant issues of pensions. It reveals, Mr. Speaker, all that we need to know. We again, Mr. Speaker, led by in front, defining naysayers and achieving great things. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, by the words of Isaiah 43, verse 2, and I quote, "When thou passest through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers, they shall not overflow thee. When thou walkest through fire, thou shalt not be burnt, never shall the flame kindle upon thee." Mr. Speaker, as I said, I have been to the mountaintop. I am satisfied that we've done what we have to do in the time that we have to do service. I look forward to the continuation of the work of this country. I will give my life and my time and hours to help anyone, Mr. Speaker, that is doing good for this country, no matter what the label NMP or NDC is. Love for country, Mr. Speaker. I thank you and wish you all the best.
I thank the Honorable Leader of the Opposition for his spirited contribution to this debate. And before I invite the next speaker, after which we'll break for lunch, I appeal to the audience for respect and silence. There was a lot of murmuring during the presentation of the opposition leader. I was hearing it from both sides. We need to understand what Parliament is and where Parliament is. And very much as we go and pay respect in the courthouse, Parliament is supposed to be sacrosanct. So I appeal to the audience to control. To control. Please do. I now invite the Leader of Government Business to make his contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the commencement of this debate today, you mentioned about a team of 15 cricketers. And I imagine the first cricketer batted a few days ago. And from all reports, quite a number of runs were placed on the scoreboard. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the first down, as was named this morning, has not really contributed to the overall team effort. So, Mr. Speaker, I am not to boast myself as a cricketer, but I would want to, Mr. Speaker, try to stay in my crease as much as I possibly can and be able to at least hold out until lunch so that my competent colleagues would be able to take over. And with this, Mr. Speaker, I rise to give full support to the estimates of revenues and expenditure for the fiscal year January 1st to 31st December 2023, as presented by the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, under the theme Vision 2035, People-Centered Transformation, laying the foundation for resilience, empowerment, and growth. I do so in my capacity as Minister in the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. Mr. Speaker, this ministry is at the center of the promotion of gender equality and social protection in the state of Grenada. Our aim, Mr. Speaker, as a ministry is to become the vanguard and exemplary organization for positive social development of all the citizens of Grenada, Carriacou, and of course, PT Martinique. And this will be achieved through the provision of services geared towards the resolution of individual and family problems, the alleviation of poverty, the rehabilitation of the physically challenged, the disadvantaged, the deprived, and those affected by crises and natural disasters and other unfortunate circumstances. Mr. Speaker, this ministry is indeed people-centered and people-focused, grounded in the policy derived and outlined in the National Sustainable Development Plan of 2035. And in particular, National Goal number 1, high human and social development, putting people at the center of sustainable development and transformation. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, the ministry's main focus is to secure the social well-being of all Grenadians, especially our vulnerable citizens. Mr. Speaker, our aim as a ministry is to become the vanguard. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in light of this, we recognize that social justice must take center stage in the management of our portfolios. We must deliver services to those who deserve them. Mr. Speaker, the ministry's operation, and indeed that of the entire government, would be, or let me take this again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry's operation and indeed that of the entire government, would be underpinned by patriotism, accountability, democracy, transparency, honesty, fairness, and respect for people, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, spirituality. Mr. Speaker, for the upcoming fiscal year, the ministry has been allocated the sum of $64 million, the bulk of which will be earmarked as follows. The new Grenada Home Improvement and Resilience Project, $10 million. Secondly, community development, $5.2 million. Social services, $36.5 million. And gender affairs, $1.8 million. And I'll turn, Mr. Speaker, to housing. Mr. Speaker, on assuming office, we identified some irregularities under the house repair and bathroom and toilet programs. The ministry immediately halted these programs, sanitized the list to ensure that the people who would benefit from these programs are indeed those who are deserving of it. We also ensured that the government brigades were available to assist those in need of help in constructing the bathroom and toilet and repairing of their homes. Mr. Speaker, government will continue to deliver housing development support under this new Grenada Home Improvement and Resilience Project. Taking into account, Mr. Speaker, certain administrative changes and checks and balances that must be implemented to ensure that the program achieves its desired outcomes. By the end of the second quarter, Mr. Speaker, of 2023, a housing management information system will be institutionalized to store structured administrative data, facilitate data analysis, and to inform improvements in program delivery. Mr. Speaker, a consultant has already been engaged for a period of 6 months to assist in this process. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we aim to be much more efficient in the delivery of services in this very important area. We aim to limit wastage and eliminate corruption. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the division will focus on the following key priority areas. 1, conduct stakeholder consultations involving lenders, landowners, architects, engineers, and contractors. The process, Mr. Speaker, has already begun and will continue in 2023. Secondly, identification of available land. Government is willing to partner with private landowners via a PPP, public-private partnership. So we will be having those engagements, Mr. Speaker. And thirdly, the development of design concepts. Mr. Speaker, our desire is to engage architects across Grenada, embracing modern climate smart concepts that is affordable to potential homeowners. Mr. Speaker, in our quest to transform the housing sector, our preference as a government would be to see new housing projects incorporate climate smart practices, including rainwater harvesting, solar power, the use of ozone-friendly materials, and smart construction practices, utilizing natural light and wall insulation, which delivers a cooler dwelling environment as the globe heats up. Mr. Speaker, government has already identified lands at Stony Gut, St. John's. Our intention is to make Stony Gut a model for 21st century Grenadian style homes. This project, Mr. Speaker, will incorporate most of the concepts as identified earlier in my discussion. The final design and project concept, Mr. Speaker, is expected to be completed and ready for commencement by the fourth quarter of 2023. I now turn my attention, Mr. Speaker, to the Grenada, China low-income housing project. And we'll just pause at this moment to thank the People's Republic of China for their contribution to Grenada and the lasting friendship. Mr. Speaker, through kind assistance of the People's Republic of China, 647 housing units will be distributed by the first half of 2023 in the following locations. The Villa St. Patrick, 70 units. Diamond St. Mark, 130 units. Beauchejou St. George, 121 units. Corinth St. David, 226 units. And Dumfries Carriacou, 100 units. Our intention is to deliver those units within the shortest possible time. However, we believe, Mr. Speaker, it will make very good sense to incorporate kitchen cupboards and closets instead of distributing the units the way it was done before. We want to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that when those units are given out, people are comfortable in the new space. This will cost government at minimum $2.4 million. We are also open, Mr. Speaker, to a possible PPP involving the construction and operation of laundry facilities on the site. You know, Mr. Speaker, this will help immensely, because what we don't want to see is that people hanging their clothes on railings and on verandas and so on. We want to ensure that we provide the facilities for people so that they can be properly accommodated without much of a problem. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has already communicated to the Housing Authority of Grenada the possibility of engaging residents at the various housing development sites into forming homeowners association so that people can begin to put some emphasis into structuring community life, community living, so that they can take care properly of the physical structure and its environment. And I'll turn, Mr. Speaker, to the soft loan program, which is administered by the Housing Authority of Grenada. Mr. Speaker, the Housing Authority of Grenada has a soft loan program which provides concessionary financing at a maximum of $40,000, an interest rate of 3%. From January to November of 2022, the authority was able to approve 111 applications and disbursed $3.3 million. Community development. Mr. Speaker, the Division of Community Development has been decimated over the last 9 years. There was a blatant neglect of the division. The staff who made up that division, Mr. Speaker, were either terminated or redeployed. Mr. Speaker, this administration recognizes the need to restore community spirit. Therefore, the ministry is going to revamp the Community Development Division in the new year to create direct linkages between the communities and government with a view to restoring national pride and togetherness through the length and breadth of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. The allocation for this year is $5.2 million compared with a meager $80,000 the previous year. Mr. Speaker, we are serious about community development and community involvement. We are serious about bringing back community spirit and community self-help. We are serious about building communities, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, our priorities for 2023 include conducting consultations with community members and existing community groups to inform future program agenda. That's important. Secondly, delivering on community projects in collaboration with community groups. Thirdly, improving and upgrading community centers across the entire country. To date, we have conducted assessments on all community centers in Grenada. And some minor works has already begun. The plan to use existing community development organizations as pilot groups. The ministry will play a facilitation role. So we'll be facilitating these community groups. Because we believe, Mr. Speaker, the engine of community organization has to be the people within the communities themselves. We believe that they know their needs and they know their own development potential. Every constituency, every community, every village is different. And so we want to involve them in this process of transformation. I turn our attention now, Mr. Speaker, to social services. The budget allocation on the social services, Mr. Speaker, is $36.5 million. In 2023, the division will focus on the following areas. 1, review and update of the social protection policy framework, which guides the strategic direction to social protection in Grenada. Secondly, development of a national child care policy and action plan. The aim is to have a national standard across the board for child care. Thirdly, the formulation of a licensing authority for daycare and geriatric care. Mr. Speaker, these two groups of citizens are those that need us most. And we must ensure that caregivers are knowledgeable and properly licensed to operate in Grenada. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of community-based rehabilitation program to support persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, people with disability are people just like us. They need our help and they need us, Mr. Speaker, to fight for them and to stand up for them. I am taken back, Mr. Speaker, of an encounter that I had just last month by someone who was labeled as disabled in St. David. She rendered a poem, Mr. Speaker, that says, if you have money in the bank, Mr. Speaker, and you don't know how to spend it, then you are disabled. If you have love and you won't share it, then you are disabled. And Mr. Speaker, if we have the means as a government to stand up, defend, and support our vulnerable citizens, and we fail to do it, then, Mr. Speaker, we are all disabled. Mr. Speaker, high on government's agenda is safety net reform. Safety net reform. To promote more efficient program delivery, we will ensure, Mr. Speaker, that only people who are alive and deserving of government's assistance and support will in fact receive it. Reform, Mr. Speaker, is on its way. The practice, Mr. Speaker, of driving through villages loaded with cash in a vehicle to pay the living and the dead must come to an end. If you are alive and deserving of social protection assistance, our sub-offices around the country are ready and able to serve you. I now turn to the famous seed: support for education, empowerment, and development. Mr. Speaker, SEED is a well-developed program and a regional first-in-class social safety net and conditional cash transfer program. Yeah. The allocation under this program is $18.5 million. In 2023 and going forward, our priority areas will be the following. 1, completion of the recertification process. You must understand, Mr. Speaker, the importance of recertifying people in line with the standard as originally intended and developed. We must also, Mr. Speaker, recalibrate the assessment tool to now include the Grenada Living Condition Index to better capture current socioeconomic realities, therefore improving the accuracy of the beneficiary selection information. This is important, Mr. Speaker. Extremely important. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, we are going to be enhancing the delivery of the program by improving the security protocols so that people cannot just get into the system and do as they like and bypass what they feel like bypassing. The security protocols must be well entrenched in the program to prevent circumvention. Fourthly, Mr. Speaker, continuous monitoring and evaluation of the program. Talking about management, Mr. Speaker, this is management. Mr. Speaker, we are also going to give impetus to the empowerment aspect of the program. What do you call the program? Support for education, empowerment, and development. We will now, Mr. Speaker, give impetus to the empowerment aspect of the program. This will be done in order to support beneficiary graduation out of the program, Mr. Speaker. As a government, we object to people being locked into this program for life. So we're talking forward. We're talking, Mr. Speaker, transformation. Mr. Speaker, our objective is to build success stories. The SEED will become a program of transformation by using education and empowerment as pillars to facilitate the transition out of the SEED program. Mr. Speaker, we will be modernizing the architecture of the program to improve targeting and overall delivery. The main focus here will be on education and will be on educating people on the benefits and on the objectives of the program. So people must fully appreciate, Mr. Speaker, what this program is about and how they can benefit and when they will transition out of the program. So it's no longer Seed for Life. One of the main objectives of the SEED program, Mr. Speaker, is to provide an enabling environment and support mechanism to facilitate the development of families. So we are moving people, Mr. Speaker, from a position of dependence to one of independence. Please permit me now, Mr. Speaker, to take a sneak peek at psychosocial support. The psychosocial unit is on a mission, Mr. Speaker, to provide psychological support services to individuals, groups, and families. The goal is to foster positive mental health amongst all individuals, including persons living with mental disorders. My ministry continues to deliver counseling services to address a wide range of mental health issues, including working with offenders as well as victims by providing training and psycho-educational programs. In 2023, Mr. Speaker, the psychosocial unit will be placing greater emphasis on education and national awareness of mental health issues. The focus will also be placed on ending the stigma associated with mental health challenges, and appreciating the fact and the reality that mental health issues can affect any one of us at any time. So, Mr. Speaker, some education, championing this cause, Mr. Speaker, will be main focus in 2023. Juvenile justice. Mr. Speaker, the delivery of juvenile justice services is facilitated by the Grand Bacolet Juvenile Rehabilitation and Treatment Center, the Ministry of Education, the Probation Unit, and the Juvenile Justice Unit. The center, Mr. Speaker, is currently being used as an alternative to His Majesty's prison for youth in conflict with the law. It is informed by a method that is very distinctive from the adult prison system, with far greater emphasis, Mr. Speaker, on diversion and treatment. the juvenile justice, Mr. Speaker, also involves a process of rehabilitation and reintegration back into the society. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform that in 2011, the OECS Commission, with funding from USAID, developed the Juvenile Justice Reform Project, JJRP, in 6 OECS member states, including Grenada. To date, the project has made a number of significant contributions towards the development of the juvenile justice system in Grenada. The government of Grenada expresses profound gratitude to the OECS Commission and the USAID for their invaluable assistance in this regard. Phase 2 of the JJRP project ended in July of 2022. And its main focus areas were as follows. 1, the establishment of an effective system of diversion. So we have that in place, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, the establishment of a system of rehabilitation which is underpinned by evidence-based diagnosis. And thirdly, successful reintegration into the Grenadian society. Those were the main focus areas. I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, to announce that in 2023, a new juvenile justice reform project called Opportunities to Advance and Support Youth for Success, OASIS, will be launched with funding from USAID. So that will be the actual implementation of that OASIS program. Another new program that we will embrace, Mr. Speaker, is the HYPE program. We will also be focusing on the implementation of the National Harnessing Youth Potential for Excellence program, otherwise called HYPE. So this mentorship program, Mr. Speaker, will be piloted at the Marian Community Center in the parish of St. George. I now turn to gender affairs. Mr. Speaker, government places high priority on the implementation of gender-responsive programming. With the recent elevation of gender affairs to a new ministerial portfolio, the programming will be strengthened to reflect this new mandate. Mr. Speaker, the National Gender Equality Policy and Action Plan is the overarching gender mainstreaming framework for Grenada, and is premised on fairness and justice, and the belief that men and women must participate in and benefit equitably from national development. The policy, Mr. Speaker, was developed using a rights-based approach and aims to ensure that government creates an enabling environment for self-determination and social progress. Pillar 2 of the Spotlight Initiative focuses on institutional strengthening, in which a training manual for public officials on gender equality, women empowerment, and ending violence against women and girls were developed and piloted. Additionally, work was done to strengthen the gender equality management system. Another important project which the ministry is in the process of implementing is the e-gender project, which is a gender responsive climate change and disaster risk management project. To date, suitable land has been identified at Lakalome in St. David for the construction of a climate-smart multipurpose capacity building and livelihood training center for persons living with disabilities. So, Mr. Speaker, indeed, we are doing what we can to facilitate people living with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, gender equality and protection is a very important matter for the ministry. Therefore, in 2023, the following projects will be undertaken. 1, the strengthening of the response system for gender-based violent clients. We need to respond firmer and swifter. So we're going to, and in a more systematic manner. So we're going to fix that, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, implementation of the gender equality policy and action plan. Thirdly, upscaling men programming. We will take a very serious look, Mr. Speaker, at men programming in the ministry. We must now zoom in, shine the spotlight, Mr. Speaker, on our boys and our men. There is just too much waywardness in our society. So we will be focusing heavily on that in the upcoming year. Not stigmatizing our men and boys, but reaching out to them, Mr. Speaker, wherever they are. Finding out, Mr. Speaker, how we can help our men and our boys. Having a conversation. I want to say at this point, Mr. Speaker, that conversation has already begun. That outreach, Mr. Speaker, has already started. Amendment, Mr. Speaker, to my humble apology, Mr. Speaker. I think I did something that I should not have done. These things happen in life. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on the gender, we are going to be implementing gender-sensitive program, including UN Women and Build Back Equal. I think I need to speed up a bit. So I now turn my attention, Mr. Speaker, to the NIS. Mr. Speaker, on assuming office, some 5 or so months ago, we recognized that there were a number of outstanding matters affecting the NIS. Government, Mr. Speaker, through the ministry, moved swiftly to meet the management and the board of the NIS and to hear from them how we can move from where we are to where we ought to be. So, Mr. Speaker, some of the outstanding matters include: 1, the Public Finance Management Act. Provision in that act, Mr. Speaker, directly conflicts with the revised edition, with the provision, of the NIS Act. And so, Mr. Speaker, we will be addressing that swiftly. Secondly, employment injury disqualification clause in the regulation. Amendment to this clause, Mr. Speaker, seeks to prevent claimants from receiving their full salary and at the same time receiving injury benefits. So that too, Mr. Speaker, has to be fixed. Amendment to survivors' benefit regulations. For children of the deceased insured. The amendment, Mr. Speaker, seeks to avoid children of the deceased insured being disadvantaged based on the behavior of negligent parents. Additionally, amendment to survivors' benefit regulation for common law relationships, people in common law relationships. The amendment will benefit survivors who are not legally married, but are in common law relationships for a predetermined period of time. Revamping of the self-employed regulations. There is a need to revamp the self-employed regulation, Mr. Speaker. Currently, there are 6,637 self-employed persons registered with the NIS. The Central Statistics Office indicated via their survey that 11,760 people were actually self-employed in Grenada, representing only a 56% or so of the self-employed people currently registered. So we need to do some work there to get those numbers up. This would only redound to the benefit of the self-employed. Increase in pensionable age. This, Mr. Speaker, is a big ticket item indeed. From 2002 to 2021, each actuarial review from the 7th to the 13th review has recommended a gradual increase in the normal pensionable age from 60 to 65, every single one of them, while keeping 60 years as the age at which a reduced pension are payable. Mr. Speaker, in respect of the NIS, the horse is already outside the stable. For the first time in 2022, Mr. Speaker, total income was not sufficient to cover total expenditure. Mr. Speaker, as a result, reserves will begin to decrease. If we fail to act, Mr. Speaker, reserves will drop to zero by the year 2035. Mr. Speaker, this is serious business. This is serious business. NIS must be saved. NIS cannot be left to go under. This institution is too important to social stability and the alleviation of poverty to be left to strangle. But Mr. Speaker, the good news. This government, Mr. Speaker, has already made many strides, Mr. Speaker, to resolving these issues. So very early in 2023, Mr. Speaker, most, if not all of these amendments will be laid in Parliament. This, Mr. Speaker, is good governance and good government. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to the good people of St. George Southeast, the constituency that I represent here at this honorable house, some of whom are here with me this morning, looking so beautiful and so handsome, respectively. First, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank all my fellow constituents for their vote of confidence by giving me the opportunity to represent them in this Parliament. I'm indeed humbled by your love and your continued support. I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that if we continue to work together, we will be able to solve most of the problems that confront us. From Kobotown, Mr. Speaker, to Tobeki, from Mondelez to Calivini, Laborie to Confer, Richmond Hill and Montjaloux to Marion, and the many other communities. If we work together, Mr. Speaker, we are going to move mountains. I am happy to report that the doors of St. George Southeast Parliamentary Office were opened in September at Laborie and have served a wide cross-section of residents so far. Together, we've solved a number of problems. But in recent weeks, Mr. Speaker, we have had landslides on the Laborie Straits, Defu, Marion, Paddock. But the good thing, Mr. Speaker, immediately after these slides, the brigades were called into action to move swiftly to solve the problems. The quick mobilization to respond to these landslides, Mr. Speaker, is testimony of the fact that we put people's welfare and well-being first. The cleaning of drains and culverts continue, Mr. Speaker, but with under better working conditions, ensuring that some areas that were neglected in the past will get attention this time around. And the community of Valley View Heights come to mind. We are able to move in and open up the drain, clean up the drains and so on, and do some little trimming and so on, Mr. Speaker. Our objective is to serve the entire constituency, regardless of political affiliation, regardless of religious beliefs, regardless of social status. Our objective, Mr. Speaker, is to serve all and sundry. We are happy to report, Mr. Speaker, that the Tibeke Bridge is now complete. The Creighton Road, which has been broken for many years, has been repaired and widened. No more backing up of traffic on mornings. The Laborie Road connecting with Hopevale, Mr. Speaker, is currently under construction. We expect to see these works completed within a few months. We ask for the patience and understanding of residents of both communities and those who use that road. The by road to the Baptist Church, Mr. Speaker, at Laborie is under construction. Another 130 feet of road would be added to connect back to the main road. The by road in front of Copper's Garage is currently under consideration. Call to mind at this time the residents of Mount Airy. I sympathize with them on the state of the road. Spoken many occasions with the contractor who's building that wall, with a view to having that wall completed in the soonest possible time. That is complete. The repair to the road will be done, and the problems are going to be lifted. To the residents of Marion, Mr. Speaker, the Cocoa Road is almost complete. Other by roads are also under consideration. Repairs to the Marion Community Center is just about wrapping up. And in early 2023, we are also looking at the possibility of widening the Montgelou Cemetery Road and installing guardrails on the cemetery side. If the residents would work with me, we would be able to accomplish that. We've experienced, Mr. Speaker, some drainage problems in the constituency at the Bocas, Petersfield, Confer, Defu. Those are currently under consideration. We visited the areas. And I think we would have to bring in the engineers to have a deeper look at it. It's not as simple as meets the eye. Also, I bear take into account now the obstruction on the St. Paul's Road opposite the Andal supermarket. I've also engaged the road officer for that area. We've had some very solid discussions on it, and hopefully we would be able to accomplish the fixing of that in due course. One of the major challenges we have with that particular area is that we will have to we'll have to obstruct the entire traffic by digging across the road. So it's not as easy as it looks. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I want to register my appreciation to the Ministry of Works and the road officers for their continued timely response to road challenges that we experience in the constituency. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, just want to mention quickly some of the things that we hope to do in the very near future. We're considering the expansion of the medical centers at Montgelou and Laborie. Significant upgrades to the Laborie basketball court. We expect to do that next year, or at least start it next year. Complete the construction of the Laborie playing field, which include some drainage work that has to be done there also. construct Manjaluhad Court, Mondelez Road, construction of the Woodlands to the Cliff stretch of road that borders both South St. George and Southeast St. George, the Reginald John Road, and repairs to the Valley View Road. Mr. Speaker, the residents of Richmond Hill and Laborie continue to agonize over the water situation. We intend on meeting in the new year with NAWASA to discuss how we can solve this problem together. We want to commend the entire constituency of St. George Southeast. A number of community groups have emerged since June 2022. I've been invited to some of those meetings, and I'm very impressed with what I've seen. I want to continue to encourage them to press forward as they look for ways of solving their own problems. And I think they are better placed to determine what they want and how they want to see their communities transformed. And so I am right there as their principal cheerleader, Mr. Speaker, offering resources and support that they may need in taking them there. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I just want to...
All right, Honorable Telesford. As you conclude, I just want to remind you that your hour has gone.
Thank
so
you.
You need to...
Right, so I'm finishing right here, Mr. Speaker. That's a very short hour. Mr. Speaker, so let me just register my thanks and appreciation to the Ministry of Social and Community Development, its management and staff, for providing technical assistance and the organized way in which they approach their work, and the teamwork that I've seen on assuming responsibility for that ministry, and the partnership that we've established, including partnership with Minister Thomas. I also want to thank Mr. Speaker the Prime Minister and the rest of Cabinet for your support and teamwork demonstrated. And finally, I thank God for His grace, His wisdom and understanding that He's given to me to help me through this process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And thank you to Honorable Philip Telesford for your contribution to the debate. As I indicated before, we are now going to break for lunch. I'm going to put it to the vote. And we usually would break for 1 hour, but I am going to ask that we break for 45 minutes. So the question is, members, that we now break for lunch and be back here to resume the House at 2:30. All those who are of that view, say aye. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your light.
Mr. Speaker, as you on housekeeping matters, if I may, I observed my colleague on the other side. I don't know if he would have needed more time, but it is the custom of this honorable house that we do allow, that if they ask for it. So I just want to raise it so that we can standardize that so persons may know and we can all maybe enjoy it if we so desire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Agreed. And I think we need to alert the members when they come into the end of the hour so they know how to adjust. Yeah. Point taken, Honorable Ministers. I now ask for the vote. All those who are of that view, those of the contrary view, say no. All right, so the House now adjourns for lunch and we resume at 2:30. 30.